Studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost again to the St. Louis Cardinals. That's 3 in a row. Fourth and final game of that series is going to be later this afternoon. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Also, Thursday Night Football, that's tonight, 8:15 between the New England Patriots and the New York Jets. Both teams 1-1 coming into this game, and the game will be hosted by the New York Jets. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We have coverage through Westwood 1 beginning at 7:30. You can listen on the radio, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. Download it, because it's free. Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Only Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CLEAN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger in its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
William Shatner is back from space and live on stage Friday, September 27th at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
William Shatner here, and I want you to join me as I share behind-the-scenes stories of the filming of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. And I'll answer your questions. All this live on stage.
Don't miss William Shatner live following a screening of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan on Friday, September 27th. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 29th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com.
It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football. That's right. With all the hype and action this season brings, we know things get loud and a little bit messy. So before you invite your friends and family over to watch a game, you better call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments that have happened around your home. Lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly techs always walk you through the entire cleaning process, make sure you're totally satisfied before they leave, and it's the perfect time of year as well to get your air ducts taken care of. $75 off your air duct cleaning this month from Zero Res. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, and enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and keep your home cleaner longer. Don't try to do it yourself again. Call the pros at Zero Res. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, it is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. It is a pleasure to be here talking to you on this Thursday morning. A few different sports to talk about. Major League Baseball has gotten pretty interesting. I know the Pirates aren't doing so well, but there are a few interesting stories to come out of yesterday that we can talk about. Thursday Night Football is tonight, and I can't believe Week 3 is already starting in the NFL. Let's talk about how fast this season seems to go because you only get a game once a week, so it's normal, but still surprising every year. For me, I think I've gotten to that point too, where I'm kind of at that age now, where I just kind of blend in with everybody else and thinking like, man, remember this, and how time flies, and I just keep talking about, with my friends or my family, just reminiscing about all the things that I remember doing last year or the year before. I've just gotten to that age where I can reminisce. Like when you're going through school, it's just hard to do that because every, year has something new. But then you start working and you just go back and you're like, oh yeah, I remember I started work last year. I started work 2 years ago. I started work 3 years ago. It's just, reminiscing about, those types of things. And now I'm doing that with the NFL season. It's like, oh man, remember when Week 1 started and felt like just yesterday, but then Week 2 went by and now we're already in Week 3. And man, the Steelers are 2-0. And now we're having some of the same conversations too. Like, who should start? There's videos of Russell Wilson practicing. Roman Wilson was practicing as well, the wide receiver. And we start having some of those similar conversations. We've got a more dire conversation that's kind of risen up, which involves Broderick Jones and whether he's worthy of the Steelers anymore, I guess. I'm being dramatic to that argument. Yeah, I think he'll rebound. Mike Tomlin said that he'll have the opportunity to rebound, but right now, Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette was on the morning show Maine yesterday around 8 o'clock and said, right now Broderick Jones is not better than Dan Moore Jr., which is just one of those things that you don't want to believe is true, but you kind of got to look at it realistically and say, yeah, actually that's a fair assessment. He's just not playing well right now. And Dan Moore Jr., stubborn guy, he sticks around. And so that's one of the big talking points is when is Broderick Jones going to return? Maybe if one of the other two starts struggling, Troy Fautanu, loved by Mike Tomlin, performing pretty well too. Nothing is better than competition within to incentivize each player to get better. I would have liked to bet on and see succeed the guy that they traded up for a couple years ago in the draft to get in the first round. What are you going to do? Maybe that pick incentivizes more to play better. I don't know. I also don't think that they've done Broderick Jones very many favors. I've established that, though, this week. That's not a new argument. But I don't think they've done him many favors. Some will argue, too, and I can align to it, that he's a first-round pick. He should be able to go to each side of the line and not struggle. I think it's more complicated than that, but I'll align to the argument. I understand where you guys are coming from, and I don't know enough about the integral parts of football to disagree with you if you say he should or shouldn't be able to. I just know it takes a lot of work, and there are different assignments for both sides. But if some of you hold the opinion that it should be something that he should be able to handle, by all means, I'd like to see him play again. I know some people are floating out the idea of trading him as well at this point and just maximizing his value before, he keeps putting out samples that reduce his value. I don't know what teams would pay for him right now. And I think he's hurt too, and I think that may play a factor into it. So, we'll just have to see moving forward what happens. We'll see what the Steelers do as well, whether they decide to re-sign Dan Moore this coming offseason or whether they let him walk and they keep developing Jones and hopefully get him through the injury that he may be suffering from right now. So, yeah, that's the hot conversation right now is the Steelers quarterback situation and the Steelers offensive line and what's going on there. So 412-928-9370, you're welcome to call. You can talk to me. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis again. Hello. Good to be talking to you this morning. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. It kind of ease you into the day. We're easing you into the sports talk day, right? It's nice and calm, just have conversations. So if you have an opinion about the Steelers, feel free to express it. 412-928-9370. Not always a popular decision to make either, but there are a few stories that I want to touch on around Major League Baseball as well, because the season is coming to an end, a little over a week to go, and the Pirates, we talked about they were eliminated officially on Tuesday, so that's a bummer. I had this team, I think I had them at 86 wins this season. I had them at 84 last season and 86 this season. Didn't anticipate they'd lose 10 games in a row, down some stretches, in both seasons. It's tough. A lot of disappointment to come from this season. Busch Stadium is also not what it used to be. St. Louis, the Cardinals' home ballpark. Not what it used to be. The Cardinals seem to still be playing well against the Pirates there, but their fans They don't really show up right now. The Cardinals are second in the division at 77 and 75, and they're 11 games out of the division race. The Brewers have clinched the division, which is part of the big story I wanted to talk about, too. One of the big stories around the league is that the Milwaukee Brewers, they clinched. They're at 88 wins right now, and they will win the National League Central. The cool thing about the NL Central, too, is that every team is over 70 wins now. And each other division's last place team has not gotten to 60 wins yet. But in the same breath, while the National League Central is overall stronger, the National League Central is not going to feature any wild card teams this time around. Because each other division has 3 teams with more than 80 wins in each. So I think that's interesting to look at, too. The way this season has fallen out, I think, is also... It's interesting. Like, I know the Pirates haven't done what we expected them to do. I'm taking some cool stories out of this season just to enjoy the league as a whole, because I think this season was one that you can remember. There's also the big debate, too, about who should be the Rookie of the Year in the National League. Jackson Merrill is a favorite. Paul Skeens, though, still has my vote, if I had one. I actually don't have a vote, but if I had one, I'd pick him. Just a little bit of Pirate bias in there, but also he's got great stats. His ERA is just over 2. He's got, almost 160 strikeouts. I mean, that's tough. 10-2 record. Jackson Merrill's pretty good, too, but Paul Skeens, I mean, the Pirates are just a little bit better. I think he'd be getting more attention at this point, but he still pitched a great season, and that should not be lost. It's getting harder to remember because now we got football season flooding in, and the Steelers are 2-0, so they're taking a lot of the attention away from other sports in the city. But I mean, the season that Paul Skeens has had, like, it should definitely be appreciated. But in the National League, all but 3 teams have made it over 70 wins to this point. Pirates are one of those teams. Pirates are 71 and 81. They've got to win just 5 more games to match last season's win total. I hope they can do that. But the way this is shaking out, remember, all these teams that were even, all these teams that were close, a lot of them fell out of the race. And, the closest team is the Braves at 2 games back. Every other team is 7 or more back. I just think that's interesting how close everybody was and how close everybody still is, just not to the teams that are in it in the National League, which is the Padres, Diamondbacks, and Mets. The American League was never as close. But the American League has the Chicago White Sox, who right now have 36 wins, are 44 games back, 44 and a half back of a wild card spot, which is just beautiful. I think they're 52 back of the American League Central, which is the division that they're in. That's an interesting story. But the American League's like the National League. All but 3 teams are at over 70 wins at this point in the year, so they're balanced as well, I'll say. I mean, there are just so many teams that are so close to each other this season. Which is what we talked about a lot over the summer, was that's why the Pirates have such a chance, because everybody's balanced, and the Pirates kept pace. The Pirates didn't fall out of it. I think it was just the Marlins and the Rockies for most of the year were out of it in the National League, and they're still very much out of it. They're not even at 60 wins yet, but every other team was around a wild card spot at some point. And that's the big story out of this year, I think, for all the teams, was just how close everybody was and how many teams had a chance even after the All-Star break. It's just a shame. And then the last big story, too, Shohei Ohtani is very close to becoming the first 50-50 player in Major League Baseball for a single season. 50 stolen bases and 50 home runs in a single season. 4 players before Ohtani were 40-40 players, and that was the big standard, over the last 40 years was, who can steal 40 bases and hit 40 home runs. Well, 5 players have done it in total. Shohei Ohtani is one of those players. He's done that this season, but he's 1 or 2 home runs and stolen bases away from being the first 50-50 player, the first player in a single season in Major League Baseball history to steal 50 bases and hit 50 home runs. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, even if the Pirates, they're not going to make it into the playoffs, I think there's still plenty of stories to come out of Major League Baseball that should keep you interested. I hate rooting for a division opponent, but I want to see the Brewers do something good. I feel like they haven't had nice things ever, and they don't have a World Series title yet. And if I had to pick one team that I want to see do well, I'd say it's them. Give them a chance while they can, before the Pirates really get it together and go for the division next season. Yeah, but the Brewers haven't had much nice things. I'll root for them down the stretch here. Yeah, it's the big. All right, that's the big baseball talk there for you. I'll reflect on the season one more time next week, just when it ends, just seeing who all makes the playoffs, and then after the World Series is established, who's playing in it and how the playoffs unfolded. We'll talk about baseball a little bit more. Sprinkle it in there. I have to because I love baseball. So I appreciate you sticking with me there. But we can talk about anything. You want to talk about baseball? You want to talk about the Steelers? Thursday Night Football tonight? You'll be heard right here on the Fan. Whatever you want to talk about, sports related, you can. Give me a call at 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X. That's at Callas_33, CALLAS_33. So I respond to mentions in my posts on X, and I also do respond to phone calls. So that's one more time, 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callas. I'll be right back. I'll take your reactions, your topics, your calls, your tweets. That's all coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Packers quarterback Jordan Love's return timetable may be a little shorter than the 3 to 6 weeks initially expected after suffering a sprained MCL Week 1. Love was back on the practice field Wednesday as a limited participant and said he's taking it day by day and is hopeful he can play Sunday against the Titans. Head coach Matt LaFleur added, "It's always great to have your quarterback out there. We'll see how he progresses throughout the course of the week." Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert is dealing with an ankle injury he suffered last week and did not practice Wednesday. Head coach Jim Harbaugh saying Herbert is feeling better and believes he'll suit up and play Week 3 against the 2-0 Steelers. The Pro Football Hall of Fame announced 167 modern-era players for the class of 2025, including 16 first-time eligible nominees headlined by Eli Manning and Marshawn Lynch. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business.
Sure can.
And the quality is guaranteed?
Absolutely.
Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right?
For sure.
How about this one?
We'll beat it.
Can you print menus, signs, and flyers?
Sure can.
How about blueprints?
No problem.
What about red prints?
Not a real thing.
What if they were?
We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Thursday morning rush. This report brought to you by Indeed. However, in Beaver Falls, crews on the scene of an earlier vehicle into utility pole closing Route 18 in both directions between 38th and 40th Streets. Crews will be detouring you around that. Meanwhile, traffic on the parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels, and the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Michael Rappaport is back on stage live Saturday, October 19th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Michael Rappaport is an actor and comedian who has appeared in over 60 films since the early 1990s. Michael currently starring on Hulu's Life and Beth, and he is the host of the worldwide phenomenon I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast. Don't miss Michael Rappaport live on Saturday, October 19th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Henry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. We got time for a few calls, so we'll take some rapid-fire calls right now on the Fan Hotline. Let's do it. We'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
It's Rob from Chicago. Good morning, man.
All right. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to touch on something you talked about Monday on what the significance was of this win over West Virginia, which was more significant, than 13-9 or this one. I'm 56, got a few years on you guys. From 76 to 85, Pitt football was just on top of the world. They had a national championship in 76 and a couple of other possible national championships based on a couple other polls. After 85 to about, the late 90s, Pitt football fell on its behind bad. They had some really, as good as the 80s and 70s were, the 90s were dreadful. In 1996, they had a blowout loss of 72-0 to Ohio State. At the end of the year, Notre Dame blasted them, and they just had some horrible, horrible go of it because basically their facilities and everything else had just deteriorated so far beneath everybody else's, and they just weren't competitive. So, with the exception of the 2004 Fiesta Bowl, the 13-9 win was kind of the best thing that's happened to them since that time period.
Yeah.
Now, since that to this past West Virginia game, there's been some success, the ACC stuff with Kenny Pickett, but the 13-9 was really, it was the first time they played West Virginia in quite a while, and it was nice to see that win. But you have to understand where they came from like 85 to, the late 90s. They were just awful.
I got you, Robin. I got to let you go there. Thanks for the call. So, no, I understand its significance. Crowley was just saying that, the young people don't understand it. I got people referencing 13-9, and they don't even remember 13-9, and that's what he was saying. And so this was just me poking at him saying, well, this can be mine then. This can be my game. We call it 2nd and 30 now. That's the brand this one is being made as, 2nd and 30, right? Because it was 2nd and 30, and I believe that's when Pitt scored the touchdown that got them within one score before they got the ball back and won it. But it's not that I was saying that this game this past weekend was more significant or better. No, I totally understand 13-9 was great. That's just me poking at Crowley because now Crowley can't say that there's a game that we haven't seen that was a complete disaster. This is my 13-9 because when 13-9 happened, I was 8 and did not really understand college football or college athletics. So this is me having a game that I can remember because I'm one of the young ones that Crowley says can't possibly remember 13-9 and can't possibly appreciate it. I understand in historical context, yes, it's the superior game for what it meant and the history and the circumstance around it for sure. I was never arguing that 13-9 was worse or not as significant as this game this past weekend. I'm just saying that because I'm young and this is when I remember. I do not remember 13-9 as it happened live. That's all I meant. So, I agree. No, nobody should call in and say, Callis, I need to convince you that 13-9 was the better game. I totally understand that it was, based on what I understand about the history of it from what was explained to me. All right, time for one more call, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Are you there?
I'm there. What's your name?
My name's Gary, buddy. I'm a truck driver. I'm on the road.
Wait, you got about a minute. Go ahead.
I have a super hot take with you here. I'm with you. I'm a huge baseball lover.
All right.
And huge fan of Paul Skeens. But, 56 years old, been watching baseball my whole life. And my Pirates comes down to Bob Nutting not spending money, obviously. We all know that. My hot take, I guess, is there any – why wouldn't we consider trading Paul Skeens? Are we going to get anywhere with him while he's here? Like, is that even a possibility after watching this season?
Yeah, I hear you, and thanks for the call. What you got to think about here is, who could you possibly trade for that's going to net you a value that's even close to what Paul Skeens can do right now? So that's not even something I really want to address at all. Paul Skeens, it's like if you want to win now, if that's really their intention, like I'm tired of looking toward the future with these trades, and if you do that, that's really all you're doing. And the future is now, because you've got a guy who had a historic come up through the minor leagues to be able to, start in Major League Baseball and do better than I think anybody had anticipated at all. And you just got to think about what you're going to get in return for him. And the answer is nothing remotely close to what you have in him right now. You are guaranteed a chance to win every fifth day or sixth day, the way they have him in the rotation. But theoretically, as he moves forward in his career, every fifth day, he gives you a chance to win when he's on the mound, and he puts fear in the hearts of opponents because he's so good, and they can't figure him out very much. I mean, he had his struggles this season, but for the most part, when he's on the mound, he's hard to figure out. So no, you don't trade him. No. Because every fifth day he goes out there, the Pirates feel like they have a chance to win. And there's nobody that you can possibly acquire that's going to give you that factor and get it to you that quickly. That's just my opinion. There's no veteran out there, I think, that you can trade for that would make up for the influence that he has. That's my opinion, and I believe it to be the best decision there. So no, that's why that conversation is not being entertained, because you're not getting value back for him that he you're not getting the value back for him that he already has currently, and this team needs to be in a position and make decisions that lead toward winning now. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 81, low of 62, clear skies expected. That'll do it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran. That's next right here on the Fan.
I'm Matt, and I'm a former Trump voter. One of my biggest beefs with Donald Trump is that with him, anybody who doesn't agree with him is a radical, is a lunatic, is a leftist, a Marxist, a communist, somebody out to destroy America. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because I don't want to live in a world that's all about hatred and retribution and getting even with your neighbors and getting rid of people who are different from me.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee or a-pac.org.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends. You're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, SchultzFord.com, and the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection, and browse for what you need at SchultzFord.com. That is always open. Again, SchultzFord.com.
Located next to PNC Park, Acrisure Stadium and Stage AE, McFadden's on the North Shore is Pittsburgh's premier destination to catch all the college football games this fall. Enjoy $4 Icy Light 16-ounce cans all day Saturday.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
O'Reilly! Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to protect against wear and deposits. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $32.99. In-store only. Limit supply. Learn more at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters bring their modern rockabilly sound to Jurgles live on October 8th. Don't miss the acclaimed actor and his band that blend country, rock, and blues into a night of music you won't want to miss. Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters, October 8th, live at Jurgles. Advance tickets on sale now at jurgles.com. That's jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
It's Dan Zangrilli for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it. Whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush already with a rough spot. This report brought to you by Pfizer. In Beaver Falls, Beaver County, Route 18 is closed in both directions between 38th and 40th Streets. This due to an earlier vehicle into utility pole accident. While crews around the scene, 5th, 6th, and College Avenues are your alternates around it. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, according to the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam, getting a little heavier between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West is up to speed, so is Route 28, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pfizer.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber.
And
Oh, do you know what we get tomorrow?
What's that?
Oh, Doran, throw the records out.
Wait.
Doran, throw the records out. Do you know what we got tomorrow night? Big one. Stanford at the Cuse. Conference matchup. The Stanford Trees against the Syracuse Orange. In a rivalry that spans decades.
Huge.
You know what we got this weekend? Doran, throw the records out.
Uh-oh.
Throw the records out. We got Cal, and we got Florida State.
Oh, my God.
They don't like each other. They're right there.
Oh,
Right there. Proximity makes the fight, baby.
This is unbelievable.
How about Cal's 3-0 and Florida State's 0-3?
Unreal.
Sports.
Where's the Syracuse game at?
I believe it's in the Dome.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So your Stanford got to fly all the way to Syracuse. Nate Byam, my former teammate, he's a tight end coach for Stanford.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
I bet you Stanford uses tight ends. I haven't watched them, but I would imagine that they do.
Yeah, they have a lot of good ones that have come out of there.
Right.
Yeah, they do.
That's a tight end school.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Big Nate.
I love that. There's nothing.
Oh.
There's nothing that screams the state of college football in 2024 more than let's have a conference game between Syracuse and Stanford, and let's put that sucker on a Friday night.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it just geeks me up. Throw the records out. Callis, hello. How are you?
I've never been better.
Can I out you, or should I just not? Your preference.
I don't know.
You slept here again?
Yeah, why not?
I can think of a couple of reasons why I'd want to sleep in my bed. Why did you sleep here? I'm sure you've got your reasons. I'm not going to judge, but I am curious. We didn't have a chance to talk about it before the show.
Yeah, well, so my mom told me, she's like, you're getting into work too late. Like, you're leaving, and my alarm's going off like 5 minutes later, and I want to sleep. And so this was my defiance. I said, you know what?
I'll sleep at the station.
I'll sleep at the station, and I'll get there. I got her at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Whoa.
And I just dozed off in the chair. And so I figure, I'm like, if I don't wake up on my own, these two goons are going to wake me up.
That's right.
And that's what happened.
That's
exactly
right.
what happened. Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
We've all pulled all-nighters here at the station. Back in the draft coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Find a couch.
Uh-huh.
I slept on the floor one year on the couch cushions because I didn't want to sleep on the couch because the room with the couch has Amy Lawrence blasting
yes.
at like 100 decibel level.
Bella Marine. Well, there's a recliner on that too anyhow, so.
I can't sleep in a recliner. I'm not 65 years old. I can fall asleep on a recliner, like watch a ball or something.
Yeah, I can't stay there the whole time.
No.
My back is all jacked.
That's exactly right.
I can't even sleep on couches anymore, honestly.
No.
Because then my back is just effed for a month.
Yes. And then you can't get out of it.
No.
Like, you're going to be walking around with a limp for the next month.
Did you pull all-nighters a lot, like in college, like whenever you're younger?
I was never that guy, really.
You needed sleep.
Yeah. If I would stay out till 4 in the morning, you could catch me at 4 p.m. the next day.
Yeah, you're done?
Yeah. I could drink and party hard for 2 nights, but I would need to sleep in between.
Mm-hmm.
Third day, nah. I'm calling it.
You're done.
But you,
yeah,
you're crazy.
Uh-huh.
Even still, sometimes I'll be like, I don't know how he does that.
Yeah. Yeah, I have that in me. I can just go if I have to. That's mindset.
Yep.
I have that mindset where it's like, when I've stayed up for 2 days and just rolled, just gone, just did what I needed to do.
I can't think of a time that I ever was up for 2 straight days.
Man, bunch.
It's exhilarating though.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Because then it's like it's not euphoric, but it's like you're just in a different state. Like you're just not real.
Yeah.
And
it's blurry.
It's blurry. Your mind doesn't work, but you're just functioning, and you're just like the times in like Miami and like Vegas. Oh man, you just stay up because like you have to. You don't want to waste any time. See, that's I think my thing is I have a fear of like wasting time whenever I'm having fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to waste time.
You got one life.
You got one life, and I know how fast time goes whenever you're having fun. So, and I don't like the fun to end. So I have that push, that adrenaline pushing me. Just keep going. I'm the same way. I know. I hate when the fun ends. And that's why I hate sleeping so much, because I miss so many wonderful things that happen,
I love sleeping, and it just doesn't happen.
I love sleeping, too, but I also love fun.
Yeah. The only time I stay up like that anymore is for a wedding.
Yeah.
My buddy got married in Denver a couple of years ago, and it was all within one hotel complex. And wake up, start drinking, have a great time, do the wedding, do the reception, do the after-reception party, and then after that, some people wanted to go to bed. I was like, no.
Yeah.
And me and this dude passed a bottle of Jack Daniels back and forth. And I will love this guy until the end of time because we had such a great, deep conversation. I have no idea what we said to each other.
It was good.
But I just know we connected as human beings.
Yes.
And his name is Kevin. And not to extend this story out any further, my friend wound up getting divorced, so I would have no reason to talk to this guy. And sometimes I'll just be like, hey, Kevin, how's it going? Oh, good, man. You good? Yeah, we're good. It's good. All because of Jack Daniels at like 4 a.m.
That's good. Those are the best times.
Those are the best times.
Mm-hmm. And also the best times are whenever you are staying up late and then you know that like you're on vacation or you know you have nothing to do the next day but to just go do it again.
Oh,
like when you're on vacation and you wake up and you're like, oh, like
can I have a cocktail?
Yeah, let's just go.
Hey,
there's no better feeling.
Ocean's right there.
Yeah, it's great. It's a really good feeling.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
It does.
A vacation.
I wish they would send us to the ocean to do the show.
Sometimes I want to send Callus into the ocean.
Yeah,
send me there. Send me to the beach.
I would like the Pirates to be good and like have an awesome off season and spend like $75 million so that they could say, hey, why don't you guys go down to spring training Bradenton for a week? That'd be great.
That'd be great. That'd be unbelievable.
Callus, you would have a lot of pressure on you to wrangle us in.
Why?
Just to make sure that we were good to go in the morning for the show because we would have fun.
Why would I feel that pressure?
I would eat some grouper.
So you're not
fried grouper.
You're not nice to me 75% of the time, but then I'm supposed to make sure that you're the utmost professional on a Florida vacation / work trip.
You know what? You're staying here. You'll run the show from here. We'll go. We'll have fun. I'll tell you, the hangover that day after the Jack Daniels, we were driving down from Estes Park. So Denver, really high. Estes Park, really, really high. And we're coming down the mountain, and the sun is just blasting through the window, and I'm in the passenger seat, and they're winding down this mountain. I'm like, stop.
Yep.
Stop it.
Oh,
terrible feeling. And that when you're young, you're fine. You just drink more, or you'll find your way through it.
Yep.
The hangover, the older you get, it can sometimes last like 3-4 days.
Yeah, it almost makes everything not worth it.
Yes.
It's like you have to make some real decisions. Like when you're young and you're partying and having fun, like you're just going. Like you don't think, you just roll with the punches. But when you're older, like you have to make some executive decisions on what you are drinking, how much you eat, how much water intake you have, how much sleep you need, what's going to happen the next day, what's going to happen the day after that. Like there's a lot of things that go through your mind before you make those decisions whenever you get older because you do not want to feel bad.
You're right, man. The last tailgate I went to, so for the Penn State game, I had a couple of beers before the game. But I made sure that with every beer I drank 2 waters.
Right. Like
what happened?
Yeah. Comes at you quick.
It does come at you quick.
I have yet to experience one of those hangovers.
Really?
You are still young, though.
Okay.
You are. You're mid-20s. Like, soak it in now. Pun intended. Like, now is the time for you to turn it up, man. What are you, 25?
Mm-hmm.
Now's the time. You could do some stupid stuff to your, but not too stupid. We're not going over the line. You could do some stupid stuff with your body. You wake up the next day, it's like, it's okay. I feel all right.
I have found some extra incentive to start going out.
Yeah.
A woman?
Mm-hmm.
You have a girl?
No.
Or you want to meet a woman?
Yes.
Yeah, that incentive's always been there. Why are you just noticing that now? That's why people go out.
Yes.
Like, I didn't go out in college when I was single to just pay more money for alcohol and sweat next to my friends.
Right.
Like, we're on the prowl. It's wabbit season.
Yep.
You two have been a very, I'll say,
watch it,
positive influence.
Okay, good. Good
Yeah,
work.
no, I wasn't insulting.
Yeah.
You have, because you guys have encouraged me to do stuff, and every time I go out with Doran, it's very fun. I can't say that I actually can't say we've been out very much, Crowley.
No,
Pirate game.
I cut myself out of situations that I know I'm going to misbehave in. Like, I don't drink the way that I did when I was young. I don't party the way that I did when I was young. And more often than not, I try not to put myself in this situation because I don't know what Crowley will turn up into.
I've held this opinion. I don't think if we were both college age, I don't think we would have been people that would have gotten along.
Well, we don't get along now. I'm not sure what would change.
Yeah, but I mean, no, it would have been I think it would have been worse.
You think you'd have punched me in the face or something?
No, I'd have just. If you think that I'm a pest now.
Oh, were you worse?
Oh yeah,
man.
That's some self-scouting right there.
Yeah.
Like in what way?
Yeah, good question.
The filter wasn't there at all for anything, jokes, actions.
I'm wondering what kind of things get filtered out now.
Yeah, not much.
That's not true.
We drove to the Pitt game on Saturday together, me and Callis. And first of all, he forgot his ID again. Again. Which, no shtick. I was like, how do you exist? Was my question. But from the time we got in the car to the stadium, and there was traffic, it's about, 35, 40 minutes, whatever. He just... Which is fine. We're friends. I want to talk to you. It just was going. Hey, the Green Tree City Council. Like, oh my God! All right, enough already. Jeez.
Shrinkage on the pool.
That's right.
I didn't think I talked that much, and we sang Black and Yellow together.
We did sing Black and Yellow, and I think you filmed a video.
Nice bonding experience.
It was a bonding experience. We popped right through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and Cal said, "Oh, a football stadium." It's right there. It's right there. Can I play a clip for you guys that I found very funny? That there really is a topic to be yanked from this later on in the show. But I was listening to Pony and Muller for a little bit yesterday, and I had tears in my eyes. I was laughing so hard at this. May I play it? I'm going to play it.
How did he, you're on the sidelines, you're trying to track, obviously you're seeing that he gets benched. From your vantage point, how did he handle that on the sidelines? Was he moping? Was he by himself? Was he trying to stay engaged? We know Russell Wilson, the emergency quarterback, is staying engaged. He's practically on the field. How was Jones after this actually happened?
Yeah, I actually will disagree with you on that in some ways.
What? Basically, the question from Mulsey there, hey, what was Broderick Jones's demeanor like after he got pulled from the game? And Aditi starts it with, well, I actually completely disagree with you there.
Was there a follow-up to this? What happened after? Anything?
No, she gave a great answer about what she was watching on the sideline on the broadcast. He asked about Jones, and she said she was watching for Pickens and for Fields. And we're going to talk about it later, some of the things she saw with George Pickens. I thought it was a really good segment from Aditi. It was just really weird. Hey, what was Broderick Jones' demeanor like? I disagree.
Yeah.
What? And they didn't bring it up to her in segment because her answer was so good that they wanted to keep pulling at that thread. But when they came back from break, Mulsey was like, can we just stop for a second and say that and just bring up that Aditi disagreed with something that wasn't an opinion? It was just a question. How do you disagree with a question? I was always told there are no such thing as stupid questions.
There's not. But you always were scared to ask a stupid question.
Were you a hand raiser?
No, heck no.
Callis,
no.
He was definitely a hand raiser,
He definitely
right?
was. He wanted his voice heard.
Yeah, Callis, you absolutely were. Does anyone know what the square root of blah, blah, blah? Yes, Miss Jess. Yes, I have the answer. Hooray!
No, I'd actually ask a lot of questions, too. I wouldn't be afraid to
I
ask
don't doubt it.
questions.
You'd be the guy at the end of class where there's no homework assigned, and you'd be like, Miss Bella Fakwa, could we get some homework tonight?
That was my number one pet peeve with coaches, the coaches that I've had over the years. They would preface that when first the season starts or whatever, and you're just going through installs or you're going through plays, no question's a stupid question. Ask questions. Man, you get in 2 days into camp or something, you ask a question you should know that. We already went over that. You just told me I can ask questions. Oh my gosh, that would happen all the time. Oh, it would make me so mad. And then everybody just gets all tight up. And it's like, I don't even know what I'm doing now. Like, I can't even ask a question.
Right. So I have a legitimate question. Like, what's the depth I should run on this route? Yada, yada. I can't ask it.
Can't ask it now.
So now the ball gets thrown at my feet or something on 3rd and 12, and
Now I'm cut.
Yeah, right. Now I'm cut.
Because I can't ask questions whenever you said that there's no stupid questions.
I always hated the people in class that at the end of class, and like, do-do-do-do, the bell rings. And, okay, before anybody leaves, you got any questions? It's like, I got to get to gym 4 floors over. I have 3 minutes. It's going to take me 12. Nobody ask a question, and then Jimmy in the back's like, oh, yeah, on chapter 11. Oh, my God.
I'm out.
Got me nuts.
I'm out. Ken, get your question answered, man. I'm out. I don't got time for this.
Hey, what was Broderick Jones's demeanor like? I completely disagree. I love it.
Poor Mueller.
Poor Mulsey. He just got hit right over the head. All right. Coming up in 15 seconds. It's not a sure thing, but it looks like the Steelers may catch a significant break going into this game on Sunday against the Chargers. Or is it? Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I don't even know how we're going to get through a show today. We are so excited about tonight's game. The New York Jets and the New England Patriots. I mean, I can hardly contain myself.
It's just unreal. I can't believe that this is the game we get tonight. It's
wow.
Unreal. It's so exciting.
And if that's not good enough for you, we got the Stanford-Syracuse game tomorrow. It's going to be tough to focus on work for anybody today.
Yep, I'm with you.
It's just tough.
I'm with you.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Some encouraging stuff out of the Steelers practice report yesterday. You're not going to find this in print, but Isaac Sayamalu was out on the field. He was stretching, so that is a step in the right direction. He was listed as a DNP, did not practice for those uninitiated. Russell Wilson limited. Some of the video made it seem like he was very limited. I mean, very limited. You had Kyle Allen practicing rollouts, Justin Fields practicing rollouts, and then you had Russell Wilson just taking 2-step drops, letting go of the football, and then kind of like testing out the calf. Roman Wilson practiced in a limited capacity. I think that's a good sign. But we're not starting there. When you look at the injury report, big deal, potentially. Something big could be brewing, maybe. And that's that quarterback, Justin Herbert, did not practice for the Los Angeles Chargers yesterday, Dorn. And he got banged up in the football game that they won over the weekend against Carolina. And I don't know that he's going to be 100% if he plays. This is a guy that's mobility is massive. He rushed for darn near 100 yards the last time the Steelers played him. So you could look at this and you could say, man, what a break. You're either going to get a Justin Herbert who can't move around, or you might get Easton Stick in this football game. That should be a good thing, right? Wrong. I want to face Justin Herbert, Doran. And I'm usually not that guy. We've had this conversation before. Like 2008 Steelers. Would you rather have played Tom Brady and beat the Patriots on the way to the Super Bowl? No. I went the easiest path possible. That's usually how I feel. Stack wins. Nobody asks how, they ask how many. But I know that this could be Justin Fields' last best shot to grab the reins of the Steelers starting quarterback job. And if you play Easton Stick, I think the game's going to look a lot like it did when Bo Nix was the quarterback. So I want Justin Herbert to play. I want the Steelers to think that they have to put up some points. And I want to see them allow Justin Fields to be the guy to go out there and have to put up some points. But if Herbert is not going to play and it's Easton Stick, you're just going to hand the ball off 75 times.
Isn't that what they're going to do in the first place? Like, that's their motto. That's their thought process. They want to run the football. They're just like the Steelers. I mean, Justin Herbert throughout the first two games, 31 for 46 and 274 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Like, he's not the Justin Herbert that we've seen over the years where he's just letting it air out. So I see what you're saying, where you want to see a quality top quarterback in the league and see what the defense has and kind of get that that measuring stick of what your defense can bring to the table, and can Justin Fields complement that in a way? Can he do the same things and have to go back and forth? But I don't think that we're getting the same Justin Herbert as we think. So regardless, I think that they have one motto that they want to do is run the football. I don't think it really matters, honestly.
They have scored 48 points in 2 games.
No, let me say this. Let me rewind real quick. Not that it doesn't matter. Justin Herbert is Farley. Chris Farley. I don't even know if I'm using the word right. Better than Easton Stick.
No doubt. The game plan may well be the same.
Right.
But one guy is capable of making every single throw on the football field, and the other guy sounds like a brand of hockey stick. Like, he just a dude,
He's
right?
He's like a melding of like a baseball bat and a hockey stick.
Yes, Easton Stick is just a tremendous name. Like, I'm going to Dick's today. What are you doing? I'm picking up an Easton Stick. And I would guess at the end of this season, you can get an Easton Stick in the NFL for darn near pretty cheap. Maybe for the price of an Easton Stick at Dick's, but I do digress. They have at least scored 24 points a game. Now, one of those games was against Carolina, and I mean, you kind of throw that one out there because everyone's going to have their way with Carolina. Not only the worst offense in the league, but also the worst defense in the National Football League. I think that with Easton Stick, the game plan will be the same, but I don't think you can still stack the box with Justin Herbert in there. Even though they've got no wide receivers that make you go, ooh, like Lad McConkey, oh, God, oh, no. They don't have guys. They're one of the few teams in the NFL that you would look at and go, okay, their wide receiver room, their weapons are worse than the Steelers. At least they're wide receivers. But with Justin Herbert, you have to play the pass too. And so I think you got to try to stop the run with 7. Not to get like too in the weeds on anything. And you're going to put up more points with Justin Herbert than you would with Easton Stick. If Easton Stick's the starting quarterback, I think the Steelers say 1 to 10 wins.
Mm-hmm.
With Justin Herbert, you might need to score 20.
Right.
And they haven't scored 20, and I want to see them score 20, and I don't know that they would want to score 20 unless they have to score 20, so I kind of do want to see Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't so much worry about this, but I know Steelers fans do, Doran. Like, nobody buys the Steelers right now. I don't know that a lot of people buy the Chargers right now. If they're 3-0 and they just beat Easton Stick, I don't think anybody's going to take the Steelers seriously. But if you beat the Chargers with Justin Herbert, maybe some of the talk around the league will be, okay, they might have something spunky there in Pittsburgh.
What if Justin Fields has, because yesterday, what did they say? The dam's about to break.
Yes.
Like that's what Arthur Smith said to his team, to his offense, and a lot of players, reiterated that whenever they're doing their interviews. What if Justin Fields goes out there and it is Easton Stick, but Justin Fields throws for 3 touchdowns and 300 yards? What if it's that? And they win the game. You're gonna say, oh well, they had Easton Stick, or is it Justin Fields going against a pretty good defense and actually opening everything up?
That's a great question. For me, all I want to see is Fields do some stuff we haven't seen Fields do.
Same.
Right? But I don't think they'll even give him the opportunity if it's backup quarterback v. Justin Fields. I think it'll be we're going to run the ball 45 times, and you're going to be able to do that because they're not going to threaten. They're not going to score points. Like, J.K. Dobbins has been MVP level good. 9.9 yards a carry. This guy has been unstoppable. Okay, if Easton Stick's the quarterback, he's going to be stoppable because you're going to put 15 guys in the box, and you're going to stop the run. You're going to say, all right, Easton Stick, why don't you go throw it up to Lad McConkey? And he can't, and they won't, so you can win the game 7-3. But if Justin Herbert's in there, I think you start the game, and yeah, you still are a run-based outfit, and you still want to run more probably than you throw, but you might have to open it up a little bit more knowing that maybe it's 20-17 that wins the game. So I kind of want to see Justin Herbert in this one, and I wonder if people agree. 412-928-9370. If I knew that Justin Fields was going to be the starter for 17 games, no matter what, then yeah, I'd like to see Easton Stick because I want to put another win in my back pocket.
Right.
But I think the only way they'll let him throw the ball a little bit and take some chances is if they feel pressed to score points. And I think they would feel pressed to score points if Justin Herbert's out there.
I don't know if I'm hoping this or I'm feeling this. I don't know if it's an intuition or it's a hope. It's a dream. It's a fantasy that I think that they're going to open up the offense on Sunday. I feel like it's going to look different. I feel like that whenever I heard that the dam's about to break, like Arthur Smith is a guy, that everything he says he does mean. Like, he's not hiding anything. It's not window dressing. It's not, for shtick. Like, if he says something, he's probably going to do it. I know time will tell, but I just have a weird feeling. Maybe it's a hope. Maybe it is a true intuition that things are going to look different. I think that they take the game to the Chargers. Because I think that they have I think Tomlin has a lot of respect for Harbaugh. They have a lot of respect for what they're doing over there. And they know that they need to figure out a different way to win football games now that you're at home. And you talk about September football, it's getting towards the end of September, and it's time to start developing the next portion of your team and your offense. And I think that has to happen Sunday. Like the whole mentality, and I agree with their mentality. It was very methodical and very thoughtful of how they approached the first two games on the road.
Sure.
With the young offensive linemen, with the backup quarterback. I get that, and I commend them on doing that. But if you look at the big picture, how do you win in the playoffs? How do you win in the NFL? You got to score, and I think that has to start Sunday. Don't know if it's a hope or don't know if it's a true intuition, but I just have a weird feeling that it's going to change.
Well, let's spend more time on that. I'm happy you bring this up. George Pickens said yesterday, the dam is about to break. So 412-928-9370. Do you agree with Doran? Do you agree with George Pickens? Do you watch the Steelers offense and go, they're close? Do you watch the Steelers offense and say, yeah, that dam is about to break? 412-928-9370. Let's do this early. We never do this. Best caller on this gets Sebastian Maniscalco tickets at PPG Paints Arena on September 26th. He's a comedian, Doran tells me.
Yes.
Sebastian Maniscalco, 412-928-9370. Let's get a couple of things going here. Do you want to see Justin Herbert on Sunday? 412-928-9370. And do you think the dam's about to break offensively for the Steelers? 412-928-9370. Let's get your calls. We'll talk to you when we come back. It is 6:10. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football's tonight. Week 3 begins tonight. And the beginning of Week 3 can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have Thursday Night Football. The New York Jets are hosting the New England Patriots. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. You don't want to be in a pickle. And if you do, you want to be in like Josh Harrison. He got out of that pickle that one time, remember? Gherkin Roofing. They got hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back. Stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer Offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Sun and clouds today, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. As Wrangler sees it out there, open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. After they've kicked around the NFL with a number of teams, it's nice to see 2018 early first-round draft picks Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold finally flourishing. A little maturity and humble pie has gone a long way for both of these guys, and good luck the rest of the season, boys. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush off and running. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. One place, though, not running so well is Route 18 in Beaver Falls, Beaver County. That's closed between 37th and 40th Streets due to an accident involving a vehicle bringing down a utility pole and wires. 5th, 6th, and College Avenues are your alternates around that. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing the Parkway West little heavy past the Banksville merge point. Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Twistville. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with deals for school days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Get tons of discounts on all your favorite items so your students can be ready to take on the day. Don't miss out. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Kind of like he said, negated by penalty. So I feel like the dam's already, kind of breaking. That, penalties just can't happen. We got to play a clean game, but then again, also let the guys play on the field.
All right, bad audio. That's my fault. That was George Pickens, and he said, and I quote, "I feel like the dam is already kind of breaking. Penalties just can't happen. We have to play a clean game, but then again, also let the guys play on the field." So George Pickens thinks the Steelers' offense is close, and as Doran astutely observed in the first segment, he wasn't the only Steelers' offensive player to say that yesterday, which makes you feel like it came from Arthur Smith, Mike Tomlin. The dam is about to break. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. We got some calls lined up. We'll get to you coming up in a moment, I promise. Mike, Bruce, BC, we'll get to you guys. I can see the argument. Absolutely, I can see the argument. And I'll give my quick synopsis here, Doran. First game, 6 scoring drives. 2 3-and-outs, which is a low number. They moved the ball on the ground. Justin Fields had his biggest throw, biggest play of the game negated by a crap offensive pass interference call. Then you think about the second game. His best throw of the game negated by a holding call. And it was a baby. It was a hell of a throw. They would have had more yardage if some of these balls that I thought Justin Fields dropped into the bucket were completions instead of PI calls. And they just kept shooting themselves in the foot. They also had a touchdown taken off the board by a bad pick play call. They ran the ball effectively in the first half. They easily could have been up 17-21-0 in the first half. So if you want to make the argument that this dam is about to break, I can see it. And is that what you're feeling?
Well, my synopsis is just almost exactly like yours, but I'll just go a little bit further.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I feel like it is about to break and why I feel like this game is so important, why Justin Fields and this offense is going to break out, is because of that connection. Like, I could see, like, if there were just penalties and say Justin Fields was missing those throws to George Pickens, it's like, oh, man, they're not close. But he's hitting those plays. Like, those plays that are called back, like the push-off, that wasn't a push-off. That was just an NFL play against Atlanta. Like, they connected. The play that he rolled out against Denver, where it got called back where Broderick Jones was holding, they connected. If those plays weren't connecting and Justin Fields was throwing the ball out of bounds, or he was missing George Pickens, or George Pickens was dropping the ball, then I'd say that they're a little farther away than right now than I feel. But the fact that they're on the same page and what they're connecting that way, I think that we're very, very close. Like, those are big-time plays that are being made, just being called back by officials.
Yes. And George Pickens talked about those two guys and the connection they have. I'm not going to play the audio because the last audio was bad, and that, again, is my fault. He said about Fields, Pickens did, he's a dog on and off the field. We're confident in him. Me personally, I've played with 4 different QBs here. Jay's the first one who can take over a game. We rocking with him. And so to that, Pickens has seen some bad offense. He saw some good offense at the end of the season with Mason Rudolph. He knows what it looks like when he's getting open and not getting the football. That's not what this is. Like, they do seem to have a synergy. They do seem to have a chemistry. And I am feeling the best I've ever felt about George Pickens, Doran.
Yeah.
And I know that the statistics would not indicate that he dominated the last game, but he did.
Yeah, he did.
Patrick Surtain was all over him a couple of times. Penalty called at one particular moment in the game. Would have had a touchdown. Would have had the 51-yard completion. He dominated a game as much as he can for a guy who had, 26 yards. And if this offense is going to go, it's going to be because George Pickens is making plays. He's their best playmaker. They do seem to have that. So I don't know that the dam breaking for them looks like the New Orleans Saints.
No.
Right? Or like the 2007 Patriots or the Killer Bees Steelers. But the dam breaking for them, I think you grade on a curve. I think it's relative to what it's looked like the last few years. And I do think we're seeing elements of an offense that can be average, which I think is the dam breaking. But I wonder where people come down on this at 412-928-9370 because there's another fact. They've scored 1 touchdown in 2 games. Mike in Fort Wayne leads us off today. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning. Before I talk about the dam breaking, I just wanted to say something about the Aditi response. And I think I'm wondering if we maybe missed something there because even though it was kind of an awkward response, Malsey prefaced the question by saying how Russell Wilson is really positive on the sidelines, very supportive, great rah-rah. And then she starts off by saying, I disagree with part of what you said. And I'm wondering, I don't know what else she'd be referencing other than the Russell Wilson comment.
We're going to play it a little bit later on in the show, Mike, because there is a bigger topic there as part of that. But you might have stumbled onto one, too.
Yeah, and they also talked about somebody else, too, about somebody else on the sidelines. And I think that she might have been talking about the first part of the question, and then Malsey went into a second part, and she said,
yes.
Disagree.
Okay, so as far as the dam breaking, I think it will. And I think you're going to see the dam breaking for a lot of teams because I think now the way they handle the preseason, a lot of these starters aren't playing. So I think the first 2 or 3 games of the regular season, we're still seeing preseason football.
We are.
So I think that 3rd or 4th game, you're going to see a lot of teams pop. And I think the Steelers are going to be one of them.
What's popping look like for them, though, Mike, in your opinion?
I think Freiermuth. I still think Freiermuth, if you just say, hey, just run Deontay Johnson's routes that he's run the last 3 years, I think he's going to have a big year and run across the middle. I think we'll see a lot more across the middle this game. I think they're starting to feel more comfortable with Justin. I think they're going to let him open up a little bit this game. I really do.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the call.
What George Pickens, in what we said before the call, before Mike, and great call by Mike. He always brings it.
I love Mike. Yeah,
me too. Fort Wayne. He feels like Justin Fields can take over a game at any point, right? That's what George Pickens said. Like that's Lamar Jackson-esque. Like that's how we feel when we talk about Lamar Jackson over the last 2 years that we've been doing this. It's like Lamar Jackson can take over a game at any point, regardless if he's throwing or he's running. Like that's what you worry about. For George to say that about Justin Fields, I was like, man, I was like, you know what? He could. Mm-hmm. He really could. Like,
he did in Chicago.
If it broke down, if everything just broke down and they needed to win and he needed to make some plays, like he can do that. Like it may not be the offense that you're looking for, throwing boom, 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 boom. But like if something breaks down, I mean, my man could he could run the ball all the way down the field if he wanted to.
Yes.
So he's right, and that is something that you don't want to turn your back on because, and then you have the connection with George too. So if this does open up a little bit on Sunday, I don't know about Russ.
I know.
That's kind of where I'm at now. Like I've been wanting to see Russ, but you don't want to mess that connection up with George and Fields. And if things do break down and you have to get a first down or make a play, like he can do that.
Well, and I think he's only scratching the surface using his legs.
Right.
And hey, they don't want him to put the ball in harm's way throwing the football. Okay. But is it that risky to run around? Like, I know he's a guy who has fumbled before. I think most of that has been because he holds onto the ball a long time and takes some weird hits in the pocket. And, like, that's when he's putting the ball on the ground. I don't see him putting the ball on the ground in the open field. Like, I there's obviously going to be risk. He also seems like a smart guy who knows when to slide, when to get down. He can protect the football, not have to throw it in the middle of the field with Derwin James. Maybe he's Jason Bourne this week.
Right.
But Can you run around? Can you have 70 yards rushing? Of course he can. Of course he can. And if he would to do something like that, throw a touchdown or two and not turn it over, I don't know how you go back to Russ Wilson. And we saw it on the penalty play with Broderick Jones holding on the rollout that you were talking about before, Doran. Like, I just have visions dancing in my head of pockets break down. He's keeping his eyes down the field. Like, trying to keep up with George Pickens for 4 or 5 seconds while Justin Fields is running around. Like, I think there's a lot of big plays that are still out there for that, where he's running around. And, I mean, you got to run around with George Pickens for 5 seconds? I don't think so.
And then underneath, I mean, Pat Freiermuth would be open too. I mean,
he had a nice play last week too, Freiermuth. And so you have won 2 games. We have seen glimpses from the offense, and their second best pass catcher really hasn't gotten involved all that much. Another reason why you might say the dam is breaking. 412-928-9370. We'll take some more calls on this. We got Bruce in Hopwood, BC in Homewood. More callers coming in. Do you think the Steelers are about to have a good offensive performance? Do you think, like George Pickens says, that the dam is about to break? And then another question, do you want to see Justin Herbert on Sunday? 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. The question there will be, is the dam about to break? Right now, it's a Harry Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game tonight at 7:15. It's the 4th and final game of the series against the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis. That game can be heard over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Here on the Fan tonight, you can listen to Thursday Night Football between the New England Patriots and the New York Jets. Coverage on Westwood 1 begins at 7:30, which can be heard here on the Fan. Game time is 8:15. More Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
I got my together.
I got my together.
You can get your shots together, too. Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened. Give us a ring in the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Steelers have one touchdown in 2 games, yet they're 2-0. George Pickens says the dam is already kind of breaking. Sean tweets 520 total yards of offense and 31 points through 2 games doesn't exactly scream the dam is already kind of breaking. Well, watch games.
Yeah.
Watch games. A touchdown called back. So they'd have 2 touchdowns. They had a 51-yard pass called back where I know people have said and argued that if Broderick Jones doesn't hold, that play gets blown up. I don't think so. If he lets go right as Justin Fields is getting to the edge, you've already set your block. Like, you just let go, and I think the play still happens. You got a little handsy there, did Mr. Broderick Jones. So I do happen to think they're close. We're seeing things from Arthur Smith, too, that we hadn't seen from Canada. and I keep bringing up these two examples because I think they are important, and really there's three. Game one, they opened it up right before halftime, and you had the Fields throw to Pickens on the throwback. They would have kneeled on the football the last 2 years. Another one, the pick play. That's not in the playbook before, and it's something that everyone takes advantage of in the NFL, and they hadn't over the last couple of years. So that's in there. And the Darnell Washington split wide. Like, that's just creative offensive play calling. And there's going to be more of that. Plus, all the penalties negated some stuff. I mean, I think it was 6 penalties for 83 yards offensively. I can absolutely see where George Pickens is coming from on all this.
And the multiple personnel, too. Like, the different personnel. You didn't see that. And whenever and Arthur Smith knows that there's, a receiver room that isn't, what it should be in the NFL. I'm sure he's aware of that, and I think that he thinks he still can win because he uses personnel to his strength, and that's why you see 4 tight ends. That's why you see three tight ends and them doing different things. So that's where, if you watch the games, you can understand that things are unraveling. It's just when is it going to actually be executed?
Yeah, because
and I think it's going to be Sunday.
Yeah, and you can see how Arthur Smith, with every passing game, would probably trust Justin Fields more and more.
Yeah.
He's done what's asked, so why wouldn't you keep putting more on his plate? Call more plays where you feel confident that he can execute. I do think this is the game. I think if they don't have penalties in this game, if they clean that up and they're going to have officials there all week, I think we'd be having a different conversation today. I think they would have broken out. I think they would have put up more than 21 points in the last game. They shot themselves in the foot time and time and time again, and then they ratcheted the thing back in the second half because they knew that Bo Nix wasn't going to score points. If Justin Herbert plays in this game, I don't think you would see the Steelers go into their shell in the second half, even if they got a lead, because you're thinking, okay, we need to put this game away because Justin Herbert he hasn't been this year, but he can be special. I think the dam's about to break, which reminds me of that Linkin Park song. Do you like Linkin Park?
Sure. Which one?
The one where One Step Closer, I think it's called.
How's it go again?
Everything you say to me takes me one step closer to the edge.
Good football song.
And I'm about to break.
Yep.
412-928-9370. Is the dam about to break? BC and Homewood, hello.
Yeah, I believe that it's going to be not very good if Herbert plays because he's an accomplished quarterback, and I believe that Justin Fields, if we get behind by 2 scores, Justin Fields probably going to fumble once and throw a pick once, and I think Steeler Nation's probably going to turn on him.
BC, you're not a Justin Fields believer.
As long as you babysit him, fine. But I think that the pressure is going to be so great having to play in front of these Steeler Nation fans for the first time, and if they get behind, I'm just saying hypothetically, if they get behind by 2 scores, and he has to press. And he can't find nothing, but he's trying to make a play in a small hole. He's gonna be like he was in Chicago. They got to still babysit him. I don't think they're going to open up they'll open up the offense, but the question is he capable of making the plays? One thing about Justin Herbert, he can make plays. He's an accomplished quarterback, and now they got a running game with 3-point. Whatever, not 10. I know they're not going to have 10 yards, but they're going to have something. They got to balance it out. But I would not want him playing. I would go with that backup in a heartbeat, baby.
I'm putting BC on hold. He might win the Sebastian Maniscalco tickets.
He brings up one of the best points I've thought of in a while, and I want to get your thought on it right now. Do you think for quarterbacks of the Steelers, it's harder to play at home than it is on the road?
Why?
Because of pressure. Because of pressure of their own of Steeler Nation. Like, think about it. And then you go on the road, and then you have Steeler fans on the road, but they're not Steeler fans that are here. They're Steeler fans that are probably living in that city, and they get hyped up no matter what because they want to see the Steelers for the first time maybe in years.
They just want to see a dub.
So what's the pressure on the road? You're not getting the pressure from the opposing fans. Whenever you're here, and it's always who's next. With Kenny, it's always with Mitch. It's always Kenny. With Kenny, it's always Mason. With Ben is different, but the pressure of having to perform at home in Pittsburgh, I think, is higher than on whenever the Steelers have to play on the road for the quarterback position. He's absolutely right. Like, the pressure of having to make a play if they're behind and he doesn't say he throws an interception, they'll boo him out of the stadium, and they'll be like, where's Russ?
I would hope that he bought up enough equity through 2 games to not hear it, but I don't think he has. Because every Twitter poll we put out there, would you rather see Russ or would you rather see Justin Fields when Russ is healthy? At worst, it's 50-50, or at best, depending on how you look at it. Like, the fan base is still split on Justin Fields. And we've seen it in hockey all the time. Penguins play different at home than they play on the road. They want to, they want to go Harlem Globetrotters, things like that. I buy that. We heard Mason Rudolph. They chant for his name. Fire Canada last year. We heard it with Phil Jerkovic. Like,
I think it's harder to play here than it is on the road for quarterbacks.
Yeah, you start throwing the ball all over the place. Yes. You start sailing passes or throwing them out of bounds. You might hear some rumblings for Russ, even if he's the emergency quarterback.
Especially if you go 3 and out, even for Arthur Smith. If you go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, boo! What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
You go 3 and out on the road, you're just like, all right.
It is a good point. And I do think these teams are so similar. They want to run the ball. They hadn't thrown the ball at all. At all. Like, you look at Justin Herbert's numbers on the season in 2 games, it looks like what he used to do in 1 game. 3 touchdowns, a pick, 31 for 46. Like, that used to be what he did every single week. In his career, I think he averaged 278 yards a game.
Yeah.
But here's the difference in the teams, I think. Jim Harbaugh, if he needs to unleash his quarterback, I think has total and complete faith that he can do that. And I don't know that the Steelers are there on Justin Fields. I know George Pickens buys it. We heard him talk about it. I don't know that the coaching staff says that. Like, behind in a game, we have faith. We know what's going to happen. If Los Angeles is down 7 points in the 4th quarter and they need to abandon the run, it's not their ideal circumstance, but I think they have more faith in their guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the difference in the teams. And he can just let it fly. You're right, Justin Fields. Buddy, you're kind of playing for your career, right?
Yes.
And now you're at home. You're expected to perform. You're going to hear it if you don't. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. And BC. Should we give BC the tickets?
Yes.
BC, you get the Sebastian Maniscalco tickets, PPG Paints Arena on September 26th. Congratulations to you, sir. Coming up next, the similarities between these 2 teams, as just discussed, are there. There's also a goofy similarity between these 2 head coaches. We'll explain when we come back. Pat Bostic joining us starting at 7. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday, and the Pirates have lost the first 3 games of this series. The 4th and final game is tonight at 7:15. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, building fast. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. The Cordell and Cornell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway East. Solid delays there from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West heavy from I-79 down toward Carnegie. And then again, as you head past the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28, the Parkway North up to speed. And good news out of Beaver County and Beaver Falls. Route 18 partially back open as crews continue to fix a downed pole and wires from an earlier accident. That was between 37th and 40th Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster!
I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go.
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people, real people, in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar, too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids, too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football. That's right. With all the hype and action this season brings, we know things get loud and a little bit messy. So before you invite your friends and family over to watch a game, you better call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments that have happened around your home. Lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly techs always walk you through the entire cleaning process, make sure you're totally satisfied before they leave, and it's the perfect time of year as well to get your air ducts taken care of. $75 off your air duct cleaning this month from Zero Res. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, and enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and keep your home cleaner longer. Don't try to do it yourself again. Call the pros at Zero Res. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And good morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pat Bostic joining us for 2 hours, coming up at 7 o'clock. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Quick tweet, Doran. The Fan's negativity around the Steelers was created by you hosts on The Fan, Crowley. You've been more positive this year, but the culture has been created by the host of these shows the Yinzers listen to daily. That's a fact. Go back and listen to the last 2 years of shows. All right, so real quick. Steelers went 19-16 combined the last 2 years, which is decidedly average. They missed the playoffs 1 year. They made it the other year. They got their ass beat in the playoff game. What's different this year? They're undefeated.
Yep.
Hope that helps. Use the old noggin. All right. I don't like the Harbaughs. I like Jim more than John. I think Jim is more like Tomlin than he is like John. I think he is more a Mike Tomlin kind of head coach than a John Harbaugh head coach.
Why don't you like John?
Because he's a Raven head coach.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
He got a stupid face. I didn't like Brian Billick
Jim
either.
has a stupider face than John.
Twitter poll. Who's got a stupider face? Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh? They could not look more like brothers, though.
They look a guess.
And they look just like their dad.
Yes.
Like, they didn't have to go all paternity test. What's that show? We used to watch back in the day when we were sick home from school.
Yeah.
Jerry Springer.
Oh.
They didn't have, you are not the father. Yeah, the blood test could say you're not the father. You're the dad. But the reason why I think Harbaugh and Tomlin, Jim Harbaugh and Tomlin are more similar than Jim and John is because of things like this.
What about his coaching style, or what about his kind of like teaching philosophy lends itself to such good like running production?
He's just a great coach. I mean, one of the best I've ever been around. Like Moses, I'm gonna die leaning on my staff. Greg Roman, Jesse Minter, Ryan Fick, and those coordinators are, in my opinion, some of the best in the business.
Like Moses, I'm gonna die on my staff. Meanwhile, Mike Tomlin on Tuesday.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
They're both certifiably insane.
I see what you're.
You know what I mean?
I never really realized that. That's funny.
It's fun.
Yeah, they're characters.
Thank you.
They're characters, but they're head coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jim Harbaugh's definitely a character. Like even in college. I mean, I told you a story, and Delaney Walker told me that they went out to practice one day, and there was a quarterback warming up in full pads. It was Harbaugh, and he played scout team quarterback, and it was live. He was their coach.
That's insane. Like, he'll wear gloves.
Yes.
And he'll run routes. And he'll wear his khaki shorts, his khaki pants all the way up to, like, his nipples. And I always thought that kind of stuff, only really resonates in college. But you can't argue with his success.
No.
I don't think he's ever had a losing season. I'd have to go back and look just to make sure. But he went to a Super Bowl, went to another NFC championship. Then he goes to college, wins a national championship. Jim Harbaugh is a hell of a freaking coach. Stanford, what he did there.
As a player?
You don't win at Stanford. As a player, so he commands respect. I mean, he came up here in a playoff game, darn near beat the Steelers.
I don't think anybody has the resume that he has. Ever?
No, if he wins a Super Bowl, and he was close.
Very close. Loses to his brother.
Loses to his brother, which that stung at the time because I didn't want to see the Ravens win a championship. If he wins a Super Bowl, like, that doesn't happen. Like, it happened for Pete Carroll. And they're kind of cut from the same cloth, I think. Pete Carroll
wasn't a player, though.
Right. That's the difference. And Pete Carroll's looked at as a player's coach.
Yes.
And, like, when they drafted DK Metcalf, and DK Metcalf's walked around with his 47 abs, and then there's Pete Carroll. Let me take my shirt off. I'll show you what I got going on. That's kind of a Jim Harbaugh thing. I think Harbaugh's a heck of a football coach. But the shtick, I don't even think is shtick. And, like, Tomlin, I don't think it's a shtick. I think the way he talks to the media he might package it a little bit different for his team, but you'll hear his teammates, or his players, I should say, parrot, repeat, ditto, all the things that Tomlin says throughout the week. It takes all kinds in the NFL. I just think these guys this week in particular, I want Tomlin to drop something at post game. I want to hear Harbaugh drop something at halftime, and because I think they're great for the game. I do. I'm happy Jim's back in the NFL.
Me too.
And he ran away from that Michigan situation.
Which, yeah, well, that was bad.
Someone texted in Maury Povich. Didn't Jerry Springer just recently die?
I think so.
R.I.P.
From Cincinnati.
Someone said Maury Povich, not Springer, you dunce. Now, they both did that. I thought Springer did the same thing. But he didn't go, you are not the father.
Right, no. That was just more like he was a mediator.
I had someone I went to college with and worked at WVU News with who worked on the Jerry Springer show for like a decade.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what she did, but I'm sure she's got some stories.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Like, we saw what went out over the air. I can only imagine.
How about how sick we are as just Americans? That we just, if you're home during that time of day, like, we're watching Jerry. It was like WWE.
And they just beat the hell out of each other on stage.
It was scripted.
Yes.
But, like, we didn't think that it was. We thought it was real. Like, crazy. What are we doing? Wasting time.
What are we doing? Just a sick world we're living in.
Sick.
Sick people. All right, Pat Bostic going to join us from 7 o'clock until 9. He was texting us during that Steeler game on Sunday. He has some thoughts on Justin Fields, and I'm sure he'll share them on the air. Also, there was another football game last weekend that I'm guessing he's going to bring up. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
How much rain did you see yesterday for the Pittsburgh airport? It was just a trace, making it the 11th straight day for the airport not recording measurable rain. We'll make it 12 straight today with another dry and hot one expected. Out the door temps are near 60 with highs today returning to the 80s. I have noon temperatures in the upper 70s with light easterly winds. The next rain chance comes on Saturday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kittico Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $110 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's finally football season. What better way to watch the games than enjoying a steel tower at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington? 100 ounces of Yingling or Icy Light at $18 all September long. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble now on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Indeed. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway North, where an accident is reported on the inbound side between Venture and East Street. That's causing heavy delays now before Venture Street as you make your way down the East Street Valley. Also, the Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass and toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Morning Show brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's been pointed out to us that Jim Harbaugh, Doran, went to his equipment staff this week and said he wanted to wear the same pair of shoes Justin Herbert wears.
That's correct.
What a goof. By the way, we mentioned Pete Carroll. Jim Harbaugh hasn't done it yet, obviously, but also Jimmy Johnson, college champion and an NFL champion, head coach.
Yeah, I'm talking about player too.
As a player, yeah.
I don't think Harbaugh. Well, he lost to the Steelers in the championship.
Right.
That's as far as he went.
Right.
But I see what you're saying.
Boy, almost didn't.
Yeah.
Almost didn't lose to the Steelers in that game, the Hail Mary game, which back then when they were losing AFC Championship games at home, like that would have been the final nail, perhaps, in the coffin. That would have been disastrous.
Oof.
We're talking about inches away.
Yep.
Wish that would have happened in the Pitt game. From my standpoint, on 2nd and 30, would have liked to see that ball hit the ground. It didn't. And there's our transition. Pat Bostic now joining us on the program here for the next couple of hours. Pat, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
You're just good?
I'm good, yeah.
You're great.
A little tired this morning. I went to that volleyball match last night.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa. That place was electric, man.
That was I walked into it and I was like, I felt like I was at, Pitt, Georgetown, or Pitt, UConn in 2008. It was like to the rafters, man. It was really cool. All jokes aside, that program is just on top of the world right now. They're just so good. I knew within the first 10 match points, that one team was on one level and then the other was on another. They're dominant, as dominant a team as I've seen in any sport in this city in a long time, probably since the Penguins maybe and that run they had.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it was cool. It was fun, but it makes for a late night.
So, West Virginia on Saturday, Penn State on Wednesday. It's a pretty good week. That's why I'm saying, you say you're good. You're not good. You came in here levitating.
We got
You're
work.
flying in here like Aladdin on a magic carpet.
We still got work to do, right, Doran? We still got work to do.
Oh, for God's sake, you don't coach the team.
I know.
Look, you guys can't feel
I have a hard time breaking the the glass half empty look in anything, really. Just constantly not satisfied with. Well, first of all, it's not good for I think either of our cardiac systems to go through what we've gone through the last couple weeks. Last night was a little bit more comfortable, in terms of the sequence of events, but you just. I don't know. I mean, 3-0, you went 4-0.
I will say it. You're going to be 4-0, and then you're going to have a bye, and Pitt will be undefeated for the first time in non-conference play in program history. Now, that's misleading. They only started that in 1991, but it's been 30 years. It's going to happen. Dude, you guys could sit on this for 2 weeks and be very happy and excited. The Cardiac Cats. Come on.
I understand that we are allowed to do that, but, like, I think the player in us won't let us do that.
For sure.
I always felt pressure going into the game before a bye week because you wanted to have you just want to have a great bye week. You want nothing to be upset about at all.
Well, I mean, we would get punished too. If we had a bad game before the bye week,
then
we knew the bye week was going to be harder than.
Then all of a sudden you're in full pads on Tuesday,
exactly,
and it's just unnecessary, especially with Juan. You've got inside run drill at whatever time on Tuesday.
Right.
And Buddy Morris would kill us in the weight room. And even if we won by, 3 touchdowns, it wasn't. I'm sure that will still happen, regardless of where things are at. But, yeah, to me, it's good to be 3-0. But, man, pulling games out of the fire is got to find a way to be a little bit cleaner and make things a little bit easier on the old fan base.
How nervous do you guys get?
I get pretty nervous.
Yeah.
I get nervous. I mean, again, I did honestly feel like the Cincinnati game was more critical for this season. I thought that those games at Pitt, West Virginia always are like that. But the confidence I got from what the team was able to do against Cincinnati into the West Virginia game, I didn't necessarily feel like they were out of it. I did though, and I think it made it on the field pass say things were going exactly to plan for West Virginia. I mean, when you're running the ball, you possess the ball for 15 of 17 minutes in the third into the fourth quarter. And you win the battle on both lines. They did. They won the battle on in the trenches on both sides of the football. It's going exactly how Neil Brown wanted it to go. Pitt just found a way in that last 5 minutes to turn it into an up-tempo, fast break type game, and that was their way of winning it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I was nervous then because it didn't seem to be much of a chance that they were going to be able to go 3 and out defensively. But they've successfully done that 2 weeks in a row.
I get more nervous now than I did as a player because
less control,
and I know what it feels like, and I want them to win so bad because I know what it feels like to win, and I like that. That's probably I just know what it feels like to win, and I have less control, and I want them to win so bad, and so I do get nervous more than I did as a player, not crazy nervous. But
Adam, do you get nervous?
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Dude.
We were just talking about that during the break. I am actually in a better headspace this week than I was last week, and they lost the game. I'm happy it's over. It's miserable. I don't want to lose to Pitt. And they did, but at least you can just deal with that reality instead of all the 8 million hypotheticals going through my head. I've been wearing this heart monitor, and my heart rate was up over 120 the entire game. I talked to my doctor yesterday. He's like, did you go for a run Saturday? No. I watched college football. How sick is that? But it's awesome.
See, I wouldn't even want to know that. You know the people that wear those Whoop things, like the Whoop wristbands? Yeah. Like, Nate Yarnell wears it in practice all the time. And I'm like, dude, I told him yesterday at practice, I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what my resting heart rate is or what my recovery is because I know my recovery is less than ideal on a daily basis, especially when you have kids and stuff. I mean, I'm not recovery. I was like, what's your recovery? He's like 86%. I'm like, 86. I hate you. 86% recovery. I'm burning fumes at 37 right now.
What is recovery?
Yeah, it's the quality of sleep. It can measure your heart rate when you sleep, your breathing. It's crazy. It's scary.
It's something that we don't get.
I don't want to know that stuff. This is the advances of modern technology. Ignorance can actually be bliss. And mindset and, mental, the more you know, to me, the more you worry about.
Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins in the quarterback.
Yes.
I don't want to know. I don't want a brain monitor on me.
Right.
I don't want to know that.
I have an echocardiogram coming up at the end of the week, next week, and I have an MRI of my back coming up in November. And part of me is like, am I really that unhappy with how my back hurts and my heart's being weird, but
yeah,
I don't have to deal with it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get the information, oh shoot, now I got to deal with it. What medication? What's going on here? I don't know.
I feel like there's just a bigger chance of negativity to be brought into my life whenever I'm asking questions or I'm seeking out advice or trying to do things.
Don't get me wrong. The advances of modern medicine are amazing, and they help a lot of people. But, when you're teetering on the line of like, do I really want to know?
I'm not an iPhone. I don't need to know that I'm 99% charged.
I tend to lean towards like, let's just roll on and not think about it, because I think about too much, and the more I have to think about, the worse things tend to go.
Well, and here's the way it goes for me, guys. And someone just texted in, Crowlman is a total head case. Yeah, 100%. Like, I was so nervous about a football game last week to the point where it made me nervous in every other aspect of my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't need that. I'm not happy they lost. I am happy that the game week is over. And I hate myself.
I was sitting in a nice little lawn chair in the green 32 lot after the game enjoying a cold beverage. And a couple West Virginia fans came up and said, hey, congratulations.
Yeah, same.
Great win. And that's what I leave with. It was.
I texted you guys.
You did.
If Pitt blew the hell out the doors off West, I don't know how I would have felt depending on the outcome, but it was a instant classic.
Yep.
It is going to go down in backyard brawl lore, and I'm happy that they're playing the game because I'm not going to get up the same way this week, and I wasn't even up the same way for Penn State. But these two teams, this rivalry, these fan bases, this is what college football is all about. Not Stanford-Syracuse that we're getting tomorrow night. Like my heart rate would be 65.
The tree and the orange.
Oh,
tree and the
what a battle between a couple of
non-living mascots. Well, I guess a tree's living.
They're living.
Yeah.
In an
is the orange living?
Non-human.
Have you seen the video of Mike Leach talking about the mascots?
R.I.P.
Have you seen that?
No.
No. So he does a video. You have to YouTube this. It's hilarious. Maybe Callis can get the audio. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. He's like, well, the buffalo would be formidable. He goes, the Sun Devil, whoa. He goes, now the Ute, like, does he have a rifle? Does he have a bow and arrow? And then what's he say? He says something about, I forget which one he talks about, but he's talking about, because he's at Washington State. And the Cougars, obviously, that's vicious. He goes, the bear on that's outstanding. He goes to the Trojan. Is he on a horse? Is he not on a horse? This is at a Monday press conference.
That's so good.
I saw a very funny sign on College Game Day that had to do with Trojans and Gamecocks, and you can just use your imagination. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Morning Show brought to you by our friends Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll get back into the brawl. We've got Jeff Hathorn, 7:35. We got Bill Hillgrove, who's I'm sure going to give it to me, at 7:50. But coming up next, we were texting with Pat Bostic over the weekend about Justin Fields. So
my opinions may have changed, by the way.
Okay, well, let's hear the opinion when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they played tonight in the fourth and final game of the series against the St. Louis Cardinals at 7:15. That game can be heard over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And Thursday Night Football is tonight. The New York Jets are hosting the New England Patriots. That game starts at 8:15. You can listen to coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan through Westwood 1, and that coverage starts at 7:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Storen.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
That's right. And the bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty and delicious. And how about crispy golden hash browns? They're a must. They're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. America runs on Dunkin'. What happened?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Come celebrate Sunny Jim's Tavern 90th birthday with a 16-ounce Blue Moon draft every Saturday for $4.50. Sunny Jim's Tavern, 255 Camp Horn Road, a local landmark serving the local community for 90 years. Please enjoy responsibly.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. Online, ZeroResPGH.com. Take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it forward or backward, it spells the same. Zero Res. Make this fall's Jeep Adventure Days count with a new Jeep Grand Cherokee from Ron Lewis Automotive. Right now, lease an all-gas 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for just $399 a month. 27-month lease with 10,000 miles a year, $29.99 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details on limited-time coupons through 9/30/24. Tax and fees not included. Start shopping at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. Atlanta flew into Philly and escaped with a win in primetime to close week 2. Atlanta's newly added veteran quarterback came up clutch in the final minutes, finding a wide-open receiver in the end zone for a last-minute score. Is this win over a title contender a sign of things to come in Atlanta? And how will Philadelphia bounce back after such a big letdown? It's Your Journey is brought to you by the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with class-leading advanced safety features.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Used as directed.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce is a novice who's learning on the job. Like fellow rookie head coach Gerard Mayo in New England, the players love playing for him. Although his game management remains an issue, winning will cement his relationships with the owner and players. Remember, folks, it's a long season, and there is a long way to go. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident on the inbound Parkway North. The Cordell traffic cam showing it blocks the right lane on that inbound side between the Venture Street and East Street off-ramps and causing delays now back toward the Perrysville interchange. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg and Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. More punchable face, Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh? And the votes are split pretty much down the middle. 52% Jim, 48% John. But I have to read this response from Trent on the Twitter. This question is exactly why we were born with two hands, one for each face. Bang!
So you don't like John. You like John less than Jim.
I think John is a condescending jackass. And I think Jim is just kind of eccentric, if that makes sense.
Kind of eccentric.
Definitely eccentric.
He's exceptionally eccentric.
But I think his brother is more condescending than he is eccentric, which is why I don't like him. Plus Ravens and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder how Jim was as a player, like as a quarterback, like being his receiver, his tight end, like in a huddle or on a day-to-day basis. Because how he is now, I mean, he probably was 1,000 times more eccentric, I guess.
Oh, I bet.
As a quarterback.
Football players are a weird breed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that, Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
But I would think that like guys would love playing with a quarterback like that because he's the kind of guy who, like, you know, if there's linemen eating glass before a game, he would do it, right? I mean, he's probably in line to get the Toradol shot with the rest of the offensive line.
I feel great. Give me one anyhow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just to do it, right?
He probably chewed smelling salts, just ate them.
He ran hills with the Stanford team.
Yeah.
Like in the hills of California. Like, just, I mean, the guy's, I think he's certifiably psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no question.
Good coach, though.
The heck of a coach. I mean, this game, you know, we might as well be, you know, playing NFL Blitz in 1997 with this game on Sunday. I mean, this is going to be, this is old school football.
Yes, it is.
And they both are embracing it like it's some sort of, you know, like they should wear like the old leather helmets for this one.
Under 21 points scored.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah. Buddy, what's the line? 36 and a half, something like that? It probably dropped since then. Yeah, but I don't see it. I don't see any. I don't know how a single human takes the over in this football game. Not a single one. People will. It's not fun to bet the under, but like, come on.
I think you got two really good defenses, and again, I two offenses that are just trying not to lose the game at the moment.
Well, and you were critical of Justin Fields via text over the weekend. You say you've changed your opinion a little bit, as you know, film study will do, as time will do. So, how are you feeling about Justin Fields right now?
Well, in my defense, I was coaching a 8U baseball game during the first half, so I didn't get a chance to watch the. By the way, my chair is really low. Like, Doran, you look like a giant to me right now. But anyhow,
Doran, you look like a giant to me too. What happened? I don't understand.
He's like looking down on me. But and anyway, I didn't get a chance to watch the first half, so I watched it back. And it just occurred to me the number of big plays that got taken away by penalty in the game. And then I started to look at what Justin Fields was asked to do, and I realized that he largely did what he was asked to do in the game. I mean, he didn't, you know, he missed a couple throws, but he didn't do anything that was out of control, risky. He didn't. He just did what Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin asked him to do, which what we saw a year ago. You guys are killing me with these chairs.
Yeah, we both lowered our chairs to the lowest possible level.
Who sat here? Like, I don't want to know who sat here. But
Alice.
Yeah, I don't know how you can really judge him in any other way than they are playing incredibly conservative. If they get multiple holding calls on Broderick Jones that aren't called and they complete 40, 50-yard passes to Pickens, his stats look a lot better. So I think he's done his job to this point. Just watching that second half was really painful. It was as bad offense as I've seen from them in a year and a half, probably 2 years.
They got one first down that was not penalty-aided.
So that was what my initial impression was like, wow, this is bad. But then I go back and watch the penalties and so forth, and I realized, okay, that kind of colored the whole thing for me in terms of my impression of his play and then the offense's overall lack of production.
Do you think that they will open it up this game?
No, I think they'll be. If I were them, I would have opened it up last game. I would have been like, we got Denver, we got a rookie quarterback. They're not going to be able to move the ball on us. Let's see what we got. Now, they were concerned. You heard Mike Tomlin about the environment. And I mean, listen, he's been in the NFL for how long now as a head coach?
17 years.
The environment, the altitude, all those things are legitimate. But in a game where now Denver moved the ball at times, and they gave the ball back to Pittsburgh, obviously. But that would have been the game to do it. This game, I think you're trying to win this game 9-6. That's where I think this is going, because I think from what I've seen, LA's got the better offensive line, and they might have better backs at this point.
Oh, J.K. Dobbins has been unbelievable.
I mean, they might have better backs, so you don't want a game where you're short on possession time and they're just wearing you out. And that's been the one thing about Pittsburgh defensively, how dominant they've been. If they're on the field a lot, we've seen teams run the ball on them.
Doug Whaley brought up before yesterday that the Steelers can rely on their defense in a different way than they've relied on their defense so far. Like, you can win the game by opening things up and expecting your defense to be able to make more plays when it's all said and done. Instead of being so conservative and saying we're going to win with defense, that way you can actually go the other way. We can get into that a little bit more. Bostic's going to be with us until 9 o'clock. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn going to join us, our sports director. And I'm interested in Broderick Jones's demeanor, if he was able to catch up with him at all yesterday. There's some George Pickens comments that I want the context on. We'll do all that with Jeff when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a game tonight at 7:15 against the St. Louis Cardinals. It's the fourth and final game of the series. Pirates have lost the first three. Also, Thursday Night Football is tonight. The New England Patriots are playing the New York Jets. Coverage through Westwood One begins at 7:30. You can listen to that game on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
What's better than watching your team win? Winning money while you do it. I'm Jim Costa, and on Cash the Ticket, Mike Valeni and I give you the edge to make every game playable. College football, NFL, we're breaking it all down game by game. Your podcast feed is going to be filled, and you're going to love it. You can click on the games you care about. We do it all. With our analysis, we're finding games that other people aren't talking about. We're turning every Saturday and every Sunday into days where you got a chance to win. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Cash the Ticket with us. Follow Cash the Ticket in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar, and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier spot for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. Right now, get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months. Call 855-77-PELLA, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection, and browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird and Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date with a COVID shot this season?
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at VaxAssist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Callis has been trying to tell us a story every break, all morning long, and we're pretty sure it's just a story about him talking to a woman, which isn't interesting to any of us, because
I'm interested.
I don't want to tell it to you because it's interesting. I want your advice because I respect you because you're a married man. That's all. Is that so bad?
Yes. Jeff Hathorn joins us right now, Odyssey Sports Director. Jeff, good morning to you, buddy. How you doing?
Morning, guys. Help Harry out.
We will. We're just trying to do a professional radio show.
We're working here. We're working here.
First priority, get Jeff Hathorn on the air. And then if you do that with enough time left, maybe we can hear your story that I don't think is going to be all that interesting.
No.
And honestly, I don't really feel in the mood to give advice. I would probably just steer him in the wrong direction.
If I were looking for advice, I'd go to Jeff.
Yes.
Probably on most topics.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. I agree.
Jeff, a very well-adjusted
Gary
human
would
being.
give some good advice.
Ricky Gary.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Bet that.
Yeah.
Believe that.
Bet that.
Bet that. Remember that? That was so good.
I do remember that.
That's amazing.
There's a few things I want to say, but I feel like I'll wind up accidentally getting myself in trouble. So we move on.
Yeah.
Broderick Jones, Jeff, I don't know if you got a chance to catch up with him yesterday, but what's your understanding of the mindset of the young man? This can't be an easy thing, obviously, to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to talk to him yesterday. Listen, I would say this. Never have I seen him in practice where he's sloughing off or not going full or not had a good attitude. I think this, and this is just my read of it, we've asked him probably 20 times, like every time we've talked to him, which is probably about 20, what side are you going to play on? And every time he kind of, shrugs his shoulders and go, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm playing left or right. He said, I'm just going to keep working on both sides. But I'm wondering if he's just to the point of like, hey, I want to be at left tackle. Like, not that right tackle bores him, but maybe there's just something there mentally. But again, I don't see anything. He did do this, though. He admitted after the game, the preseason game with Houston, that he wasn't in the right mindset, which is part of the reason Hunter just destroyed him. So maybe he's just, it's just something that hasn't clicked. Hopefully, this will get that to click because Mike Tomlin's given him another chance.
Jeff, a couple players said yesterday that Arthur Smith reiterated to them that the dam is about to break. In your opinion, through the first two games and your assessment, do you believe that? Do you believe that the dam is about to break on offense for the Steelers?
Yeah, I get why they're saying that because you see some glimpses. I mean, you saw in the drive with the 3 Jones penalties, like there were some big plays, especially that throw that Fields made, which is ridiculous. I do see some of that. I mean, I'm not saying this is bursting into 30, 35 points, but I'm trying to look at it objectively, like because you think, all right, if Matt Canada's offense would have had 1 touchdown in 2 games, people would have been destroying him. But there does seem to be more rhythm, more of a purpose, more of a identity with this offense than we've seen in struggles in the past. So maybe that could turn in, but they're going to be facing a defense that's pretty damn good on Sunday.
Yeah, 2 words, Bosa and Mack for you.
Yep.
Jeff, are you concerned about the lack of production at receiver outside of George Pickens?
Yes. Eventually, they're going to need that. Maybe in these first couple of games they haven't, but eventually they're going to need some more receiver help. I mean, Van Jefferson, I think Van Jefferson's a nice 3 or 4. And beyond that, I think the other guys can be complementary players. But yeah, I think going down the season, if you have high hopes, you're the Steelers, there's a hole to fill there. Maybe a Roman Wilson comes in and becomes this rookie phenom, but there are definitely question marks there.
I want to follow up on what Doran asked earlier, Jeff, about Pickens and the dam about to break and all that. The last few years, I don't think you need to be a media expert. I don't think you need to have sat in on a ton of media scrums to know that there were some rumblings and the guys didn't really believe in the offense or the offensive coordinator. Do you think that has changed? Like, it didn't sound to me like lip service from George Pickens. It sounded like he actually believes what he was saying.
And you heard in one of the answers how he said, and I asked him, like, why do you feel that way? And he's like, well, it's the plays. It's going vertical. Like, I think there's some, I know, all receivers, not all, receivers at times, certain ones, star receivers are going to have issues because they feel like they can impact the game with every opportunity, and they probably could and want more chances. But I think that's why he's excited about it. He sees the vertical opportunities. I mean, he saw the throw from Fields that I mentioned. Like, they're going to take some chances down the field, which is why I think that. And let me add this quickly to the Broderick Jones answer. I think the wild card in all of this is that Dan Moore didn't give up. If he would have checked out like Chooks did last year, this would be a whole different scenario. But because Moore, even though they've drafted 2 first-round tackles, has continued to just fight, that's what's made this a 3-person race.
Jeff, I think it's easy to agree that Jim Harbaugh is a good coach, but you're an Ohio State guy, and you know what Michigan did last year and won the national championship. What are your just thoughts about Jim Harbaugh? Not just the coach, but as a whole.
We in delay?
He was serious, too. He was serious.
Why don't you filter this for us, Jeff?
No, listen. He brings an intensity, brings a mindset. I mean, it's like playing a team in the AFC North. He brings a toughness where he goes, and I respect that. And you look at this Chargers team. I mean, you bring in Greg Roman, and now all of a sudden they look like that tough, physical Baltimore offense. And defensively, obviously, they've got some players, as you guys mentioned, on the outside. So I respect Harbaugh for the attitude he brings to any team he coaches. And he'll do whatever it takes. Inbounds, out of bounds, whatever
Jeff's
it is.
about to scurry to the bathroom and vomit. Right?
Well, think about this. I mean, I know Pat Narduzzi had his guys practicing inside last week. The Steelers should probably be doing that this week. I mean, like, legitimately. Harbaugh could have a drone out there. You never know. Jeff, we got to run. We got Bill Hillgrove coming up next. Really good stuff from you. We appreciate the time, as always.
And, guys, really quickly, a really cool story, and I think Pat was there, about Eli Holstein and his relationship with his grandparents and how that molded him into the man he is.
Yeah, really good stuff, and that makes me nauseous. Well, not that, because I think that's good. It's what fuels a man. But the end of the game makes me nauseous.
Nobody even brought up the end of the game. You brought it up. See, this is what you do. You bring up things that mess with you. Nobody else does.
It's right in.
Bet that.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate your time.
Hit it, smack it.
Jeff Hathorn. All right, coming up next, we will get into that game and the upcoming game with Bill Hillgrove, the voice of the Pittsburgh Panthers. We're gonna have 3/4 of the broadcast crew on the air at one time. I'll just
Let's
back
bring
off.
Larry over here.
Let's get Larry in here too.
Kyle.
That segment on the Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. Get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Right now, a Callis headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals in the 4th and final game of the series. Pirates lost the first 3. And the Pirates right now last in the NL Central. The Cardinals are second, but cannot win the division. The Brewers clinched the division yesterday. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things not looking good for your commute. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 888-5HELMET. Couple of accidents, one of them on the inbound Parkway North, blocking the right lane between Venture and East Streets. That's causing delays on the main line all the way back before Bellevue, Westview. Also an accident now on southbound McKnight Road. This is at the ramp to the Parkway North. Traffic is getting by, but it's extremely heavy as well. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound heavy from Green Tree to Carnegie, and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Craig McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game. The guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did it big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Elise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get ready for the all-new Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour. Join Simone Biles and America's best gymnasts for a night of action-packed gymnastics. October 2nd at PPG Paints Arena. Fun for the whole family. You and your kids will love this high-energy spectacle. Music, lights, breathtaking flips, and Gold Squad dancers. Let's GOAT! October 2nd at PPG Paints Arena. Tickets on sale now at goldoveramericaTour.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a knee. Let's go. The game is over. The Panthers come back for the second week in a row against a Big 12 opponent. But this one is much more important because, after all, it's the backyard brawl.
The voice of Bill Hillgrove on the Pitt Radio Network. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And Bill Hillgrove with us right now. Bosticking with us until 9 o'clock. Bill, how you doing
today?
today?
Why are you so pale, Crowley?
I'm not. Well, I'm always pale. Irish.
Well, when he said it's the knee, the game, Billy, that was a great call, man.
Yes, it was.
Well, that was some fun on Saturday.
It was a classic, and I expected it to be that, and it turned out to be. I mean, you know how some fans can be, and they always look at some fans always look at the cup as half empty, and I think one post I saw on the internet was that, well, if the other guy played quarterback, you wouldn't be in these positions. Okay. But, it was unbelievable. I just, hard to put it into words, tell you the truth.
And for us, apparently, too. I wasn't going to ask Bill another question.
I want you to talk.
You want me to do it?
I want you to interact.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, boy, here it comes.
Yeah. How did the payoff on the bet go?
We're working on that. For those of you who don't know, now I have to watch 13 and 9 for the second time in my life, from start to finish, surrounded by Pitt fans, and I'm sure surrounded by cameras and things of that nature.
Goodness.
Bill, we're gonna find a time where there's like a downtime in the schedule, sports-wise, where we can make this a big event. It could be December 1st. Yeah, that would be fitting. I guess if I had a question to get away from me being a total and complete and utter loser, Where did this stack up for you? I know it's it's still in the immediacy of this, but among the classic backyard brawls that you've been able to witness, where does this kind of stack up with some of the better ones that you've seen?
Well, in terms of Pitt season, it's pretty close to the top because, Pat and I and a lot of Pitt fans talking before the season, if we can get through September 3-1, we'll be in pretty good shape. And now they have a chance to do even better. So, from that perspective, it's up there. The only other comeback close to that, and I know the Navy game, but, the backyard brawl in 1970, that was, incredible. There are so many good ones that, and I'm sure from the West Virginia perspective, there are a couple as well that stand out. And, you don't have to even refer to the year, just refer to the score. And people say, oh, yeah, I know that game. But, it's pretty close to the top.
Bill, we got Youngstown State on Saturday, and then the team heads into the bye week, and you kind of reassess at the bye week and see what you did well in the first, little portion of the season and see what you could fix. In your opinion, whether it's Pat Narduzzi, Cade Bell, Eli Holstein, the defense, Desmond Reed, what has impressed you so far in these first 3 games?
I think the big thing that's impressed me is that Bell's offense, which worked so well at Western Carolina, translates to a Power 4 situation just as well. It's an attitude on the part of the players. Desmond Reed kind of said it after that Cincinnati game. I'm a good football player, and no matter where I play, I feel I'm pretty good, and I think that's a good attitude to have. They've got to work on up front. West Virginia, by and large, beat them up front both ways. And I think they've got to do some things to seal that. And those pre-snap penalties are just drive killers, and you've heard Narduzzi talk about that. But I think those are the 2 things that stand out.
Billy, you had a picture on the ledge in front of you in the booth. Last weekend, you got inducted into the Pitt Athletics Hall of Fame with your longtime friend and the late, great Dick Grote. How special was the entire weekend for you from Friday evening through the final bell on Saturday night?
Going into it, I felt that it was daunting, that it would be, like, do I leave the emotion in the Peterson Event Center and not take it down to Acrisure Stadium? That was one of my concerns, but it all worked out very, very well. And, what can I say? I mean, I didn't become emotional, and I'm glad I didn't at the dinner. But that video that they made for me and Dick, I watched it yesterday with my daughter, and we both cried. It was pretty darn special. And you realize how special he was, and for me to be associated with him as his partner for 40 years, it's almost like the stuff that dreams are made of. And then of course the win helped a lot as well. So I'm glad that Pitt was able to recognize Dick and myself, and I'm kind of lost for words.
Do you ever stop and think about your career, or is it always the game in front of you?
I'll borrow Mike Tomlin's page. It's tough to be reflective if you're still doing it. And so this did make me reflect on that part of my career. And, just the whole idea of the Big East and Rosie O'Grady's and winning a couple of tournament championships after losing so many. The first time Ben Howland took us to the final game against Boston College, we had no legs left because we were playing 4 games in 4 nights. And Dick and I had to go to Macy's and buy shirts because we only brought 3 dress shirts to New York, and we had to have a 4th. Of course, in those days, we dressed like the coaches did, and now that's kind of passé. Now it's gear, and that's fine too.
Bill, appreciate you coming on. We love doing this every week. Have a good call on Saturday, and we'll talk to you next Thursday.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. H2P.
Thank you, Billy.
There he goes.
The great Bill Hillgrove.
That was great. Wow.
He's the best.
Watching it with your family, I mean, that's pretty darn cool.
Right.
How cool are those booth videos of him?
Oh, it's great.
They get, I think the one they put out of the block punt did like 70,000 views in like the first 6 hours.
Well, the Devonshire one from a couple years ago.
You just don't get a chance to see him do what he does. Like, I mean, just to be able to. I mean, I wish that we could do games where we overlaid the entire broadcast over the. I wish ESPN or whoever would let us do that, because that dude is like just gold. And I know he's not doing the Steelers anymore. And honestly, I noticed a little bit more of a freshness with him, and he would probably never admit it because he's A, humble, and B, just so prideful about what he does, but like not having to prepare for 4 teams in a week as opposed to
travel
and plan out all the logistics of it. I mean, he's having a blast, and obviously the team's helping him, but seeing him going to the Hall of Fame, I was crying at the dinner because, like, it's just Jamie Dixon came back. I mean, it was pretty cool.
It's the classic movies that we all know, The Wizard of Oz, and the big time movies that are timeless. That's how hard it is to be like timeless in generations and decades. Like he's a timeless piece. Like he hits in 2024, he hit in 1974, and he's it's crazy. Like how hard it is to do that at one job and just continue to evolve and to be integrated and to have so much respect and to be loved by so many people, not just here in Pittsburgh, but across the country. One of the best ever.
No question about that. And we do sports talk radio for a living. I mean, sports is such a big part of our upbringing. And when you think about the Steelers, when you think about Pitt, it's impossible to celebrate the great moments of your sports fandom growing up and Bill Hillgrove. You can't. Like, when you think about moments in your head, his voice is associated with it. And the pipes, still good. Still good.
Golden pipes.
Prime of his life, those pipes. All right, we will get back into Pitt and college football later on in this next hour with Pat Bostic, because there's a ton of stuff from that to get into. When we come back, the Broderick Jones situation with Troy Faltanu. We haven't got Pat's thoughts on that, and we will when we come back. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months. With approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 81.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Attention Jeep lovers, now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe or the iconic Jeep Wrangler 4xe and get up to $25,000 off MSRP. How about a new 2024 Jeep Compass? Limited payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months. Visit them online at southhillschrysterjeep.net. See dealer for details.
It's finally football season. What better way to watch the games than enjoying a steel tower at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington? 100 ounces of Yuengling or Icy Light at $18 all September long. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Buying a home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. Before you tour a home, the real estate professional you're working with may ask you to sign a buyer's agreement, which describes the services you'll receive, each party's role and responsibilities, and how your agent will be compensated, all of which you'll want to discuss with them up front. So work with an agent who's a Realtor. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors with a duty to honestly represent you and put your interests above their own, because that's who we are.
Y'all want to hear about the AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford? Well, if you're age 50 or over, you can save hundreds when you switch. Are you ready for some exclusive discounts too? Phone's in the air now. We're going to sign you up, baby. Go to visithartfordauto.com today for your free quote.
When you're with the Hartford, the Bucks got your back. Provided by Hartford Fire Insurance Company, not AARP or its affiliates. Individual savings vary. The Hartford pays a royalty fee to AARP, which is used for external purposes. For information and restrictions, go to thehartford.com.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Difficult commute coming out of the North Hills. This report brought to you by Indeed. Dealing with a couple of accidents, one of them on the inbound Parkway North, still blocking the right lane between Venture and East Streets and causing solid delays back to Bellevue Westview. The second accident is on the inbound side of McKnight Road at the ramp to the Parkway North inbound. Also, we have an accident in Elizabeth Township, 400 block of West Newton Road near Long Hollow Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. To all the people on the text line who were curious if Callis would tell the story and if he would get good advice, he did tell the story. He did get good advice from one Patthew Bostic.
Yes.
Pat will be with us until 9 o'clock this morning. He'll be forever in Nicholas Harry Callis' heart. Callis had a question about a woman.
May not work.
It might not work, but it's a hell of a plan.
Yep.
Should we tell the people?
No.
No.
We don't need to take up that much airtime, but sometimes you just put the ball in the air on second and 30.
She could be listening. Callis, so we got to be careful.
Right.
It's a hell of a plan.
It is.
Damn good plan.
Now, I think anybody who listens to the show...
So is Neil Brown's.
He has a concept of a plan. Anybody who listens to the show would probably say, out of the three of us, the one least likely to come up with good advice would be me, especially to Harry. Dorn and I were lockstep on some advice that we gave to Callis.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bostic just flies in out of nowhere with some awesome,
very good
advice.
Now, in all fairness, I mean, I've been with the same girl since I was 14 years old, so.
You're kidding me. Wait, what?
My wife and I have been dating since we were freshmen in high school.
Oh, I have so many off-the-air questions for you, Pat.
You have two, though, basically.
But I got a year. I got recess.
We had a month.
You had a month?
We had a month.
When?
A month?
Senior year of high school.
Okay.
Man.
Oh. But, so, like, I have a lot of thoughts that I never put into practice, right? So I'd like to share them and bestow them upon Nicholas because I will never use them. So
you live vicariously through one.
No, I want to help the guy out. I mean, he came in, you guys shot his dream down.
Yeah, you made it.
Poor guy.
I mean, sometimes you need the truth.
Not everyone's you, Doran.
Well, I listen.
Not everyone's an All-American who doesn't work out but looks like they work out. Can run a 4.340.
I know, and some of us are like Doran.
Okay, let's talk about Broderick Jones.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And you can text us, brought to you by Egger, Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Broderick Jones situation's weird. It just is. This is a guy who played pretty good football for them on the right side last year and then has played really bad football through 2 games and through the preseason. So they rotate him. You're just general thoughts on the situation, Bostic.
I think it reminds me, it's not apples to apples, a little bit of Henry Davis. Like, I just think it's in his head right now. And I know it's not like he's, catcher or left field, like whatever. I mean, but I think the fact that they have played this game with him about swinging over and playing the left side, then they draft a right tackle in the first round. I think it got to him. And I don't think there's any. I think you can read into what Mike Tomlin said in talking about Dan Moore and how he's been the same guy. Broderick has not responded that way. He's just not responded that way. When you say you're not in the right mindset, well, why are you not in the right mindset? There's one of 2 reasons, right? You're not in the right mindset because you're in your feelings, which every player at some point gets that way in their career, or because you're confused and you're not straight with what you're doing. And that's on coaching. That's on coaching and management of personnel. I think the truth is somewhere closer to this has affected him mentally.
Mm-hmm.
And it's affected his performance and his confidence. And that happens to players every single year, every single week, at every level of football, at every level of sport. That's what I see.
Do you guys think it's more Dan Moore playing so well or Broderick not playing as well? I think it might be a little bit more Dan Moore has just played pretty good that Broderick is just kind of just left alone on an island.
I think that's maybe part of it. I think that maybe he just hasn't translated. I mean, if you're a first-round pick and you're that guy and you don't make that transition fast in the NFL, because listen, these coaches know what they're doing. Been in the league, you know what a left tackle looks like in the league. You know what they play like. You know how they operate. And maybe there's some self-realization with him that I'm not that. I'm not a left tackle in this league. And now I got to compete with a first-round pick that is, younger than me and that is more powerful than me.
And that literally had 2 weeks of practice and is a starter and then didn't get out of 29 pressures, didn't give up a pressure.
So if I'm Broderick Jones, I mean, the guy that you lean on right now is Dan Moore. How do you handle this, right? How do you because something's going to happen, right? Well, he's going to get an opportunity. It's just going to happen. He's the 3rd tackle. He's a swing tackle. He's going to get a chance to play.
Dan Moore Jr. has been good as a run blocker throughout his career, really. And each of the last 2 years in the second half of the season, really good. They averaged like 6.5 yards per carry off the left side 2 years ago when they really turned that running game around. I think it's a little column A, little column B, and then I would throw Faltano as column C. But to answer your question, in my opinion, Doran, I do think it has more to do with Dan Moore. They still gave Broderick a chance to rotate in there. Like, they could have just benched him, and they didn't bench him. And if they had benched him, I would say it's more about Broderick stinking. And then, of course, he does stink it up in Denver.
And against Buffalo in preseason.
No doubt. But I think it's, again, little column A, little column B, little column C. But if it was mostly about Broderick not being up to the task, I don't think they even would have rotated him in there at all. I just think it would have been Faltano at right tackle. But to your point now, Pat, about the confidence, Dan Moore did what they hoped Broderick Jones would do. And while I said that Dan Moore's been good as a run blocker, he's put some bad tape out there too. And yet he kept working and kept trying to get better. Mm-hmm. They just drafted 2 tackles. They're gunning for my job. And you know what he's done? Nothing but get better. I'm incredibly impressed by Dan Moore Jr. A guy that, you listen to this station and me.
Me too.
Yeah, we've all crushed him at one point or another because he hadn't played great football.
Well, that's what happens. And I'm not this is nothing disparaging about Broderick Jones as a person or as a player. You're going to go through this in your career. Name the number of first-round picks that go through struggles. Bryce Young just got benched in Carolina. Baker Mayfield gets thrown out of Cleveland, basically, and bounces around. Now he's a franchise quarterback in Tampa Bay. Now that's the quarterback spot. A little bit more chew up and spit out at that spot than you do a tackle, but he's a first-round pick. He's hitting hard times. He's got to get through it. The key will be, is he ready for his next opportunity? Is he ready for his next chance when his number's called to go in there and play? If he is, he's got a future here. If not, he's certainly not going to be getting that second deal. And that's just where they're at. It is a production-based business. Regardless of your feelings, he has not played good enough. And he's been penalized. He's gotten pushed back into the quarterback. There's been issues. And they don't have the margin for error to deal with that, nor does really anybody.
I just wrote down, when is that opportunity? Injury aside.
That's it.
Right.
That's it. In practice.
Well, listen. They could go out and give up 5 sacks to Bosa and Mack this week, too, with Faltano and Moore playing. And you say to yourself, we got to try something else. It could happen. I have big concerns about this offensive line. Until Sayamalu, is he going to be back?
Not this week, but it looks like he might be able to play next week.
I have concerns about this offensive line. I have concerns about, you say the dam's going to break. I think it goes both ways. If they have to throw the ball, there's been a lot of pressure, not only in these first 2 games, but also in the preseason.
But then you have to tell yourself, if you're Mike Tomlin and this coaching staff, is Broderick Jones the answer if it goes backwards? Because, you have a lot of young offensive linemen, so you knew that you were going to have to go through some growing pains. You have a new center. You got a right tackle that's a rookie. You have a left guard that's going into his 3rd start. If they give up 5 sacks to 2 of the best defensive rush ends in the league, is Broderick Jones really the answer? And would you make that decision to go to Broderick Jones?
I think that recency bias would probably creep in. You probably wouldn't. But I'd go off a guy that played 18 games last year and played pretty good over a rookie. If Faltano, they're going to give him help against Bosa and Mack. But if he goes out there and gives up 2 sacks, Broderick Jones is going to play at some point.
I don't know that it's so hard because they're so high on Faltano. Right. Doran's point about he gets 2 weeks of practice and bang, he's playing. They don't
never
treat
see that.
any rookies that way.
And he spoke about him yesterday. You're probably right. I'm saying it's going to happen at some point. Right. Injury, whatever. But let's not go out there and say that they've got the best offensive line in football and Broderick Jones is just the odd man out. I think they've got some holes.
And that's worrisome too, because if you have holes, you would think that somebody that was a first-round pedigree would be able to slide in there.
Well, and again, I don't want to. Omar Khan's only been in the seat for how long? 1.5 years now, 2 years. This is not all his body of work, but they haven't exactly drafted well over the last 7-8 years.
No, with players that have, particularly on the offensive line, that have gone elsewhere and then played better, which I think is really concerning too. Here's where I think there would be the opportunity. I think Sayamalu needs to come back, and then Dan Moore needs to string together a couple of bad performances, and then you put a fresh left tackle in next to a veteran. That's what I think it would have to look like. I don't think they want to play Broderick Jones next to Anderson, next to Frazier.
You don't think that you don't think this is plausible? First half, Mack gets 3 pressures and a sack. Faltano says, I don't feel right. Broderick's back in.
I don't know. I probably not. I think they like Faltano so much that they're willing to just let him.
No, I'm saying if he just says I still don't feel 100%.
Not healthy?
Healthy.
Oh yeah.
I think it's plausible if he goes out there. He's coming off of this has been a nagging deal for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nagging deal. I'm just saying, in the world of football, crazy stuff happens. He has got to be ready for his next opportunity because that might be his last.
Unless he says explicitly that, I don't think there's any.
I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way they would play Broderick after last week. I think it's really tough if you're Mike Tomlin, if you're Arthur Smith, to say, after last week, 3 penalties and 6 plays, Broderick Jones plays at any point other than one of those guys
injury,
gets hurt.
right.
Yeah. Fan Hotline, you can chime in on this. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Up next, more on the quarterbacks, because we touched on it briefly before. And then there's some college football stories that I don't understand. And I think Pat might. I think he does. So we'll get into that a little bit as well. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight at 7:15 against the St. Louis Cardinals. Pirates have lost the first 3 games in this series, so with another loss, they'd get swept in St. Louis. Also, Thursday Night Football is tonight to begin Week 3 in the NFL. It's the New England Patriots playing the New York Jets. If you want to listen to that game, you can on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. Westwood One has coverage that starts at 7:30. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley!
Thank you, Callis. Do you think all windows are created equal? Well, that's what I thought before I owned a home with Renewal by Andersen windows, and guess what? They're not all created equal. Because at Renewal by Andersen, each window is custom built to ensure a tight fit that helps eliminate drafts and increase comfort. And their high-performance smart sunglass helps block 95% of the sun's UV rays, which can damage rugs, floors, and furniture. If all that sounds great, it gets even better because this month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one, 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm a 2-time Trump voter, but in 2024, I will be voting for Kamala Harris. Trump is not running for the country or democracy. He's running to keep himself out of jail. He is a criminal, and he should be prosecuted. Kamala is a prosecutor. She is going to uphold the rule of law. Trump tries to avoid the rule of law. Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. ra-pac.org.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl, inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavors, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's tropic time.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to weathersealhomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Although Kansas City barely got by Cincinnati, the Chiefs remain atop of my power rankings ahead of surprising New Orleans, powered by the Derek Carr, Alvin Kamara offensive juggernaut. Houston is up to number 3 ahead of steady Buffalo, and Minnesota's Sam Darnold revenge tour continues. Detroit, San Fran, Pittsburgh, the Chargers, and lion-taming Tampa Bay round out the Week 2 top 10. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still busy with a couple of earlier accidents. One on the inbound Parkway North. It's now off to the side between Venture and East Streets. However, you are still looking at solid delays pretty much back to the Bellevue-Westview interchange and past the scene. Also, an accident off to the side on inbound McKnight Road at the ramp to the inbound Parkway North. That's causing some slowdowns as well. And in Elizabeth Township, crews on the scene of an accident on West Newton Road near Long Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie football went viral last night. You guys see why?
No.
Tweeted out, Penn State volleyball honoring James Franklin tonight by getting it handed to them by a top team in the country.
Wow.
Donnie.
Wow.
Scared. I mean, that's, look, it would never happen in football. I mean, they're scared. Wouldn't schedule it. Don't want this to happen to them. We'll get into some college football stuff a little bit later on in the hour. Pat Bostic in with us until 9 o'clock. He gave a little eval on Justin Fields earlier on in the program, but I didn't ask the question that everybody's getting asked these days. If Russ is healthy, when Russ is healthy, do you keep rolling with Justin Fields, or what do you need to see from Justin Fields to keep rolling with them? Where are you on that?
This is obviously a big game. It doesn't seem like Russ is going to be ready to play this week based on all indications. I think if they're 3-0, you'd have a hard time taking them off the field. Now, if they're 3-0 and they win, 6-3 and have 189 yards total offense and are penalized and all those things, the passing game's inconsistent, which it's been to a large extent. It hasn't been bad. It just hasn't been really good. There's a big difference there. I think you're hard pressed to make a change. I mean, this has worked out really well for Justin Fields here in Pittsburgh. I mean, he's in a situation where they're not asking him to be Superman, so he hasn't been Superman. I think the biggest question for me is when he needs to be Superman, can he do that and not have the turnovers and the negative plays that he's been so prone to, at least in Chicago, and we saw in the preseason. If he is proving to be this better version of himself, I think you not only hedge on that for this year, but beyond. And you don't want to mess with him in that regard.
If you were the offensive coordinator or, say, the head coach of the Steelers, and you had a talented player and quarterback like Justin Fields and everything that comes with him, would you ask him to be Superman? Would that be enticing to, not put the handcuffs on him?
I feel like that is antithetical to who the Steelers are. I don't think they had Superman for a lot of years. And I have a lot of respect for Mike Tomlin as a coach. I think there's part of him, and I think that's the competitive nature of who he is, that wants to prove that they can win his way. And I mean that with all due respect, honestly. And he does not want an offense that loses games. And even Ben lost games with their kind of feast or famine mentality. And they feel like they have an elite defense. They want to run the ball and stay on schedule, which they were not last week. So no, I would be tempted personally.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point in his career, he's going to have to be at some point. But for them to build the way they need to build, and they're very much in growth and development, as he said, which I agree with, the thing right now is to reinforce good habits for him. And I think they're doing that. The fine line, though, is being so conservative that you coach the dog out of a guy. And that is like, I have a lot of confidence in Arthur Smith being able to toe that line. And it'll be interesting when and if they feel like they've got to take the handcuffs off a little bit. And it's probably going to be by circumstance. It's going to be like, we're down 10. And then what see you then? Because the game goes according to plan for the Steelers. They get a lead. They suffocate an offense, and they run the ball. Take a couple shots to Pickens, a couple chunk plays. We're good. We win 17-10. But if they go down to L.A. or they go down to, Cleveland or anybody, Baltimore, and they're down 10 or 13 in the second half, and Fields is in there, who do you see? That's, I think, when we find out, okay, how much has he really grown? And if he answers the bell, you're cooking with gas.
Doug Whaley was on with us yesterday, and he brought up a really good point. He juxtaposed the Steelers in their handling of a fourth-year quarterback, Justin Fields, with that of what Pitt's doing with a first-year starter in Eli Holstein. I want to pull up that thread a little bit with you guys when we come back because, Doran, we didn't get to expand on that too much yesterday, and then that'll transition perfectly into some more college football stuff because it is an interesting weekend, not just on the field in the sport, but perhaps off the field as well. So a ton coming your way. We got an hour and a half left. We got 30 minutes left with Pat Bostic. Let's fit it all into a bag. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Week 3 of the NFL begins tonight at 8:15. It's New England Patriots playing the New York Jets. You can listen to the game on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. Westwood One's coverage begins at 7:30. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, they make it easy to care for growing minds and stomachs. And with their Deals for School Days program, you'll enjoy savings on thousands of items throughout the store. But don't wait. Featured items are only available at these low prices for a limited time. So stop in and stock up for the ultimate back-to-school pantry. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Located next to PNC Park, Acrisure Stadium and Stage AE, McFadden's on the North Shore is Pittsburgh's premier destination to catch all the college football games this fall. Enjoy $4 Icy Light 16-ounce cans all day Saturday.
Don't miss the grandfather of the New Jersey Sound, Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, live at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, October 24th. With hits that have inspired legends like John Bon Jovi, this is a night you won't want to miss. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, Thursday, October 24th at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. That's librarymusichall.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We got a real good
show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Oh, it's 8:35. I don't know what time it was.
Why are you waving, Callis?
Oh, because it's 8:35 and I wanted to save him.
I thought
I thought something happened.
I just pulled a West Virginia. Whatever. 4 minutes, 55 seconds, 3 minutes, 17 seconds left. Time doesn't matter to them. I guess it doesn't matter to me. Well, we're all anxiously awaiting the 50-minute mark on The Fan. So Eli Holstein, first starting experience. Game 1, 55 points. Game 2, biggest Pitt comeback since 1971, I think it is, right? Third game, down 10, 4:55 left, wins the football game. Pat Narduzzi makes the decision. I'm going with Cade Bell. I'm going with the young quarterback who's got significant upside. And we're going to let him win us football games. And then you've got the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, year 17. Look, Pat Narduzzi's changed his stripes. Pat Narduzzi said, well, this is the way we're going. And they went and they haven't looked back. They're 3-0. And I thought Doug brought up a great point yesterday, Doran, when Pitt was 3-9. They change everything. You come back, and this quarterback, you're letting him go. Mistakes, otherwise, you go play.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Steelers, you got a fourth-year quarterback, and you're putting him in this box. And I do think that's a fascinating point that Doug Whaley brings up, the way that they view things.
Well, it's two head coaches, and one getting out of the way and one standing in the way because they want to be in the forefront. I mean, there's one that realizes that I need to change the way and and get with the trends of our respective level of sport, and another saying, like, I've won a Super Bowl and I want to do things my way. As Pat said before, with all due respect, Mike Tomlin wants to do things his way, even if things do change. Like, he still believes in his philosophy, and he thinks that is a winning brand of football.
You know, Doug makes a valid point. I do think the cards in either hand are much different, right? Pat Narduzzi doesn't have an elite defense right now, as much as he would hate to admit that. I think they've got a young defense that's getting better, but obviously they've given up the run in consecutive weeks. They've given up, I mean, not a ton of points, but they haven't been as stingy as the Steelers. So that's different. College football is I mean, look, I watched the Eagles game. There were 5 illegal offensive linemen downfield called in that game. They're not calling that college.
Nope.
It is legislated and officiated so much different. So for Pat Narduzzi to make the change to this style of offense was more like, I have to, because there's just no other way to compete. Whereas in pro football, what Mike Tomlin's doing, we're going to see a mirror image of it on Sunday. And teams without a star quarterback largely play like this, especially if they have an elite defense. So I do want to defend Mike Tomlin a little bit. Now, the circumstances of Pitt's last 2 games have also dictated that Eli Holstein's got to cut it loose and play. Now, I'm not saying if they go up 21-0 on Saturday, they're going to sit on the ball and I think it's hilarious, and it's going to take time, and maybe I'll be proven wrong. But Pat Narduzzi's the last 2 weeks, we lost time of possession. I don't think Cade Bell cares about time of possession, nope. And I would be shocked. Maybe this weekend notwithstanding, even though Youngstown State averages 38 minutes time possession a game, I'd be shocked if Pitt wins time possession in a game this year. And they may win, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11 games. Who knows? But that's not a metric that matters as much to this style of offense. But it's still in Pat Narduzzi's DNA. When he looks at keys to victory, he's looking at time of possession. It's going to be hard for him to change his stripes on that one. But I say all that to say, the circumstances also have dictated that Eli Holstein has to go take the game and pull it out of the fire. We haven't seen that happen yet to Justin Fields and or Russell Wilson.
What are you looking at over there now?
He was just doing a stretch. Are you double jointed in your elbow?
He is.
I am not.
What? Don't you got a weird elbow thing going on?
Your elbow?
Oh, yeah, they click because I pitched and wrestled.
Your left one?
Both my elbows click.
But anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Can't imagine why that woman.
Let's see what happens if the Steelers are down double digits in the fourth quarter. I don't think they're going to just hand the ball off. We'll see what Justin Fields and this receiving core have, and there are legitimate concerns about can they play that way? I mean, if the dam's going to break, it's got to break in circumstances like that.
The big difference for me is Pat Narduzzi saw you win an ACC championship a couple years ago, and that ball's in the air a lot.
Yeah.
You got Kenny Pickett. You got Jordan Addison. You got a good offensive line, veteran offensive line. Put the ball in the air, win an ACC championship. What I still don't know that Mike Tomlin is looking at, and look, I think he's done a good job through 2 weeks. I said that the other day. Like, I grade different in September than I do late in the season. But the reality of the situation is, his way for Narduzzi, I'm going to go back and do some of the things that we did when we won one. Mike Tomlin, at least right now, I'm going to keep doing stuff that gets me to 9-8, 10-7, and hadn't won jack crap in 7 years. And that, to me, is a huge difference.
Well, it's a difference, too, because of the quarterback situation. Like, I mean, I know he respects Russell Wilson, and he probably does respect, and he's gaining respect on Justin Fields, but having Ben Roethlisberger, a Hall of Fame quarterback, does change the way you do things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, compared to college, I mean, there's quarterbacks in college that can just go sling the ball over the yard and may not be Heisman candidates, but they are, a huge component to what they do on offense. But in the NFL, you got to have that guy at that quarterback spot.
There's only a few of them.
Don't you got to find out if you got the guy?
Yeah, but they've had 3 years to watch Justin Fields play. And I think that they are very much in a situation right now where he has got to incrementally earn trust. And I don't know at which point I'm not going to be able to put my finger on it and say, this is the time. It's going to be circumstantially driven. They're going to play this way until circumstances dictate otherwise. Whether people like it or not, people want to win. And they're finding they have a formula to win ball games right now. Ultimately, that formula will have to change, and they'll have to throw something else in there to be able to score faster and score more explosively. But that hasn't been the case yet. And it may not be the case Sunday. It may not be the case the week after that. Who knows? But I think if you just asked all of us, if you throw Russell Wilson out there and Justin Fields out there, who do you trust more? I trust Russell Wilson more. Who has more upside? Who are you more intrigued about their athletic ability and arm talent? It's without question Justin Fields. But there's 3 years of footage of his instincts not being great. Now, again, he played for a bad team. And I think what they're trying to do right now is, with a starting job, recalibrate him. And, again, that comes back to the fine line between recalibration and coaching the star out of somebody. And I think that is they're having to do that on the fly. And it's going to be interesting to watch because it's going to come a point in time where he's got to bust out and play. And is he the same guy that's had the worst fourth quarter quarterback rating in pro football? Or is he a guy that's learned? If he's a guy that's learned, I agree. Then I agree with Orlovsky that they could beat anybody. But at this point, I don't know how you could say that. I don't know how you can look a camera in the eye and say they could beat anybody playing the way they're playing right now. Like anybody. But then in the same sentence,
anybody with a pulse.
And then say that in the same sentence that they're not a Super Bowl contender. How can you beat anybody but not be a Super Bowl contender? Dan's going to have to explain that to me.
I don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for here? I don't know what the word is I'm looking for here, but I'm going to say 4 words. And we're going to have Pat help us understand these 4 words when we come back. Florida State revenue sharing.
Let's go.
You should have seen him earlier. Everybody out there. Pat was like in the last break, I got stats for you guys. I got stats. And then he pulls out his briefcase, and he pulls out a piece of paper with all his stats on it.
I'm a nerd.
I thought Werther's original candies were just going to fall all over the floor. Guys, I got a stat. He doesn't look at his phone like Doug Whaley does. I got a stat. Briefcase comes out. Mothballs.
Mothballs.
My briefcase is quite clean. There are no Werthers in there, though. That's a good idea.
Bingo card. I got it. Bingo.
And you got Callis with his bingo elbow in the back room.
That thing caught me. I saw like just a flying elbow in the air.
All right, coming up next, Florida State revenue sharing, future of the ACC. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight at 7:15 against the St. Louis Cardinals. It's the 4th and final game of the series. Pirates have lost the first 3. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news and bad news on the roadways. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. The good news, crews have cleared the earlier accident from the inbound Parkway North between Venture and the East Streets. Still looking at some leftover delays back around Bellevue, Westview. Meanwhile, an earlier accident still off to the side on inbound McKnight Road at the ramp to the inbound Parkway North. Elizabeth Township crews still on the scene of an earlier overturned vehicle accident on West Newton Road near Long Run Road. Watch for delays there. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 29th. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Right now at Get-Go Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including pumpkin spice lattes. Order it in the Get-Go app and save. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL. Or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wedge Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Classic sports radio topic coming your way at 9 o'clock. Right now we're talking about football. And that's brought to us by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. Final segment of the day with Pat Bostic. And Pat, Florida State revenue sharing, talk to me. Tell me what you think all that means.
Is this like word association? Like Florida State's 0-3. They play Cal this week.
Throw the records out.
Classic ACC rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
The revenue sharing stuff, I think we all saw this coming, at least those of us close to it. You know, the ACC would like to keep Florida State and Clemson in the league. You know, my question always was, where are they going to go? The SEC doesn't seem to want them. I think the Big Ten's inclined to stand pat. But there's no question that when you look at ratings and you know, any brand metric, that Florida State and Clemson take the cake in the ACC, and I think their contention has been, well, our distribution should reflect that. So to simplify it, I think we could expect to see, and it already has started to go that direction. I'm not sure how public it is, that distributions are computed differently, and there are more metrics that can either increase or decrease your distribution based on ratings, based on winning, based on making the playoff. The financial carrots there'll be more financial carrots out there for schools like that to probably automatically qualify for based on just their history. But also if they go and win, which Florida State's not doing right now, there'd be more money out there for them to be competitive with the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Big 12. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I mean, I wasn't listening.
Good, if that's typical. You nodded your head, so good job making it seem like you listened. But
do you think ultimately that's good for the Pitts, the West Virginias of the world, schools like that? Like, do you think it keeps conferences more intact the way that conferences are right now?
I think it can provide some short-term stability. I don't know if we're talking about, listen, the financial gap between the ACC and the SEC and or the Big Ten is significant. I don't think this is going a very long way in bridging that gap. There's some appeasement going on, it would seem. But I do think it's important to keep those schools in the league. Listen, the financial challenges present to schools like Pitt and West Virginia are real, and they're going to get more real. And I think schools like Pitt and West Virginia just have to play better money ball in order to be competitive. But as what Pitt's showing you this year so far, and you know you've seen it other places, that is possible. I think Nick Saban said it to McAfee on game day. Yeah, you have a $20 million budget, but if you're not spending on the right players, you're SOL.
Right.
I mean, so listen, is it good for Pitt and West Virginia and others? I don't know. I think this, though. Clemson and Florida State leaving the ACC is not good for the ACC. And I think trying to prevent that from happening is prudent.
Shouldn't they want to stay right now?
You would think, but everyone's chasing money, and that's the reality of where we're at. This is college sports is more of a business today, and will be more of a business in a year from now than it ever has been. And you know, people are looking to take care of their own house right now, and I think schools have proven, whether it's USC or Oregon or Washington, that they're attractive on the free agent market. And I think Clemson and Florida State, I understand Clemson more than Florida State. They really haven't done anything in a decade. But Clemson and Florida State are just posturing. And I think, good for them, but I really don't know if there's a destination for them. But the ACC should look to stabilize if possible.
Pat, this was fun.
Yes, it was.
Feel like we got our vegetables there at the end.
I'm not sure. Yeah, vegetables. They could be poisonous, but they're vegetables.
It could be poisonous.
What the hell is he talking about? Poisonous vegetables?
I don't know what's going on in college sports right now.
It's like, I don't know.
So it is so uncertain. But I'm trying to simplify it for our wonderful listening audience and for you.
Yes.
And it's been a pleasure doing so.
Well, I think
he wasn't even listening.
No, I was. I do. I think that the threshold should always be, if I can get Crowley to understand it, I think a lot of people out there will be able to understand it.
Yes.
And I think
you're a very good litmus test.
Yes. Not a total dummy, but not a
yeah, but it's hard
pants.
though because you make people believe that you are listening and do.
You're a heck of an actor. You truly are a thespian.
I was listening.
I'll see you somebody will introduce themselves to you and you're like, oh hey, how you doing? And you're like, I don't care.
Well, I have to do that.
He's a man of the people.
You have to do that. The I forgot who you are, but I should know who you are thing happens to me all the time.
Hey man, how you doing?
Yeah. Oh man, when's the last time? When I see you last?
How about this?
How about this?
You know what's hard to do?
Tell me.
Look at someone's name tag without them knowing you're actually looking at their name tag to get their
It's
name
like the cleavage of the corporate world. You can't really take a peek. You take a peek, you're in trouble.
The cleavage of the corporate world.
You can't take the name tag peek.
What's Comanchic doing out here?
You say, oh, that's a nice shirt. And then they look down, and then you look.
Oh, wow.
Like that shirt. Oh, I got it at Macy's. And then you're like, bang, gotcha.
Macy's.
Doran, that's a hell of a play.
Or you could say, you have nice eyes.
Like our boy Nicholas Ariakalis. Doran, that is a hell of a move because I have found, and this is a strange thing about humanity, people don't remember the shirt they're wearing. You say, hey, that's a nice shirt.
You always look down.
I guess it is.
Well, I guess it is.
Oh, what am I wearing today?
How I remember people's names is I ask them how to spell it if I don't.
How do you spell your name? My name's Joe. J-O-E.
Joe.
What's your name?
I thought it was just J-O.
Mike, M-I-K-E.
Oh, this is a good one. Real quick before we get into a classic sports radio conversation coming up at 9 o'clock. Callis, there's a new promotions person working here. What is her name?
Margot.
And she spells it M-A-R-G-E-A-U-X, like Louisiana style.
Yeah.
And Callis goes the other day, oh, nice to meet you. What's your name, Margooks?
No,
Margooks.
No, he didn't. No, he did
not. No, he didn't.
I did not. No, that's a fabrication. I never addressed her like that.
He did it to me, though. He was like, what's her name, Margooks?
Her name's Margox. Yeah. There you go.
I know a Margot with an E-A-U-X.
Yeah, but you never were like, hey, did you ever meet that girl? She's so nice. Margooks. You never did that.
No. Well, that's just,
All right, Pat, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you next week when Pitt's 4-0 and in the middle of a bye week, and you'll be on the top of the world. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 81. There's a Steelers quarterback, former Steelers quarterback, who threw a take out there that's not a hot take, yet it was received as a hot take. We'll tell you what we'll react next. Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Back again with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, I've heard that 80% of your customers are returning customers. 80%, can that be true?
Absolutely true, Bob. Back in the day, the local family touch is what separated the dealer before the big national chains and the multi-location family conglomerates changed car buying into a game. But not at Jeep of Pittsburgh.
No secret, for over 30 years, nothing's changed at Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh, where it's still one-on-one car shopping.
We've always been a single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store, where our focus remains on our customers. No pressure, no games, no sitting waiting around for hours or to speak with a manager, and that's what keeps our people coming back and why we remain Pittsburgh's undisputed lease leader.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car or truck? Get to Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky during Jeep Adventure Days or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com.
Bob, we are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
I'm actually embarrassed to say that I did vote for Trump in 2016. I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a very dishonest person. I hate the way he disrespects women, the way he disrespects other people that have worked for him. I just don't see myself ever voting for Donald Trump. This is not my Republican Party any longer. I have to go with Kamala Harris.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee or a-pac.org.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things looking a little bit better on the roadways. This report brought to you by WetGo, Go Unlimited. Both earlier accidents cleared, one on the inbound Parkway North between Venture and East Streets, and the other one on inbound McKnight Road near the Parkway North on-ramp. Traffic is moving quite a bit better. The Parkway North delays pretty well out of the way. Still heavy, though, across the Veterans Bridge and onto the crosstown where you're jammed over past Bigelow Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What he values most is confidence in the quarterback. I think Mike Tomlin and Bill's relationship, just watching it from afar, it was more so about trusting Ben that Ben was more than capable of doing everything that the team needed on offense to be successful. And, he gave him free reign. And that's because Ben was a great quarterback. Ben was exceptional. Like, to me, first ballot Hall of Famer all day. I mean,
Michael Vick there talking about Big Ben Roethlisberger, first ballot Hall of Famer in Michael Vick's opinion, which I don't think is controversial at all. Yet you click on the video on the social media, Dorn, and a lot of people battling back against Mike Vick saying Ben Roethlisberger not a first ballot Hall of Famer, which I think is real dumb. I think it's because a lot of people don't like Ben. And
how is he not a first ballot Hall? What are we doing?
5th all-time in passing yards, Ben Roethlisberger. He is 8th all-time in passing touchdowns. So by those two metrics, a top 10 quarterback of all time. Only 13 QBs in the history of this tremendous sport, Doran, have won multiple championships. Ben is one of them. Hey, I've been critical of Ben, particularly at the end, and some of the off-the-field stuff that we all don't need to Google. We all know we live here. But Ben the player, if you don't think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, I think you're willfully ignorant or you're stupid. And I'm probably preaching to the choir. I'm guessing a lot of the people who were commenting on that social media post aren't people who watched him every game, aren't Pittsburgh people. But like,
I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, what are we looking at here?
The reason I bring it up is 7 Steelers were nominated for the Hall of Fame class 2025. We're like early on, preliminary. Kicker Gary Anderson, linebacker James Farrior, nose tackle Casey Hampton, linebacker James Harrison, fullback John Coombe, linebacker Mike Vrabel, and receiver Hines Ward. And Ben will be eligible real quick, and I would be shocked if he's not a first ballot guy.
I don't even think it's a discussion.
It's
really.
not a discussion.
It's starting to rub me the wrong way. Like, how could what are the angles to him not being it?
I don't know that there is a single angle, and he will be voted in immediately. Like, no one ever has these conversations about a dude like Eli Manning.
No.
And they should, more than Ben. But Eli should be a first ballot guy. And I mean, just watching Eli play, there were days where you'd watch him and go, that guy's not a Hall. Like, he just doesn't have the look. Like, is he one of the best of all time? Eli Manning, you watch him? No, not so much. But the counting stats are there. Top 10 in yards, top 10. 10th in both, actually, in touchdowns and in touchdowns. So Eli, if he's going to be a first ballot guy, for my money, Ben, absolutely a first ballot guy. But I think about these dudes who were nominated yesterday, and I think that's where the real conversation is. And I think you can make arguments for all of them. Like, James Farrior was second in Defensive Player of the Year in 2004. He was a hell of a player, but he's not a Hall of Famer to me.
No.
Casey Hampton's not a Hall of Famer to me. Hines Ward and James Harrison are where the conversations are interesting.
Correct.
I think.
That's the two that that you could debate about.
Right. And James Harrison, when he was at his absolute apex, he won a Defensive Player of the Year. Like, he didn't get to do it for long enough because he bounced around so much earlier on in his career, and then he's sitting behind Joey Porter. But for a, 4 or 5 year period, James Harrison was one of, and for 1 year was the best defensive player in football. I don't know what to do with him because the longevity wasn't there of tremendous greatness. He also had maybe the best play in Super Bowl history.
Well, for James Harrison, I look at this. Okay, you have a Defensive Player of the Year under your belt, and you also have a Super Bowl under your belt. But if I am on the committee, like, I am looking at other things like within the football. And for me, like, how does a player affect the game? And James Harrison was one of the most feared players for almost a decade plus. Like around the league, every single Sunday, NFL game is on TV. You're flipping around. If you ask other players, and they had to play the Steelers, who scares you on the defense? They're not saying Troy Polamalu. Troy Polamalu was great. But who scares you? James Harrison. He is a Hall of Famer. He is a Hall of Famer for those 3 reasons that I said. Now, the stats, like you said, the longevity, that's one thing. But the Super Bowl is the biggest. The Defensive Player of the Year is big. And he changed the game.
He did change
the game.
I think it was Muhammad Massaquoi. He rips his head off, and then bang, defense over. No more defense. Not playing defense anymore.
The most feared player in his generation.
He is on the short list for scariest player of all time.
Yes.
Of all time.
Yes.
And it does go beyond the stats for that. Now, if I'm going to bring up some stats, he had 3 interceptions in his entire career in the regular season and had one of the great plays on an interception in Super Bowl history. I don't know that anybody bats an eye, blinks, thinks twice about it if James Harrison's the Super Bowl MVP that year.
No.
Like, you could have given it to Ben. You gave it to Santonio. You absolutely could have given it to James Harrison. And we have these conversations about T.J. Watt. Where does he fit in the pantheon of the all-time great Steelers? And people are quick to point out he hadn't won a playoff game. Okay, well, this guy won the Super Bowl.
Right.
I have a hard time. So when I think Hall of Fame, you can get compilers in there, like the Frank Gores eventually, who just were around for so long.
You're right.
Right. The numbers are just going to be there. But at the time when you played, and if you did it for multiple years, were you one of truly the best?
Right.
That's the conversation that you're talking about with James Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't win Defensive Player of the Year by not being special.
Right.
And say what you will about Myles Garrett, he's special. And he had a great year last season. I think it should have gone to T.J. Watt, but that's another thing. Then you flip it over to Hines. And it's interesting because I don't view Hines that way. But Hines in the Super Bowl MVP, unbelievably good in the clutch. And Hines Ward, like James Harrison, left his imprint on the game because the game was never played the same way. They had to make a rule. Yes. He broke Keith Rivers' jaw on a crackback, and they say, we're not doing that anymore. And so Mel Blount, same thing. Like, I feel like if rules change because of you, and you have counting stats, and you are undeniably very, very good, if not great.
And you have Super Bowls.
Yes.
Yes, you go in. But you also, so whenever it does narrow down, and say, like, it's narrowed down to the final list, whatever that is, who are they going against?
Right.
And does that player have a little bit more that you could say can't make it in this year?
Right.
Like Hines Ward, like last year, you're going against Andre Johnson. Even the year before, Calvin Johnson. Like, you're not gonna just take that. You're not gonna take that mantle from them.
Right, because who do you want on your team? Everyone wants Hines Ward on your team. Are you picking him before Megatron?
No.
You picking him before Andre Johnson? No.
I mean, how many outside backers are going to be on that list that you wouldn't pick James Harrison over?
Right.
Or that you would pick James Harrison over? That's going to be the question. Because I don't know if there's many. I haven't really seen the list. I know the Steelers players, but let's see the outside backers. If you're going to vote one in, that you would legitimately pick over James Harrison.
I think about that too, man. Like in their prime, at their
right.
apex,
Right.
And Joey Porter, I think people forget about this. Joey Porter went to Miami and had 17 sacks when he went to Miami. Like, the Steelers for so long had been the team that they're going to get rid of players when they feel like they're cooked, and they did it with Troy, and they did it with James Harrison, actually, and then he retired. He went to the Bengals, then he retired, then he came back. But Joey Porter had 17 sacks. That guy could still really obviously play.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved on from him because of James Harrison. Like, we're going to take James Harrison over a heartbeat guy on our team. They shot me in Denver. They're going to take him over that guy? That means something to me, too.
Like, who had a better career, James Harrison or Kevin Green?
Oh, man.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. I met him once at Steelers camp. What a character.
Mm-hmm.
What a personality.
Yeah, good guy. Was a great guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Hall of Famer, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, did he win a Super Bowl? No, he didn't.
Defensive Player of the Year in 1996. Didn't win a Super Bowl.
3 first-team All-Pros.
So, as a Steeler, James Harrison was better. I mean, if you're going counting stats, and it's not all about that, but 12.5 sacks, 14 sacks, 9 sacks. James Harrison, in his prime, 16, 10, 10.5. That's one thing that is going to hurt James, is that he had only 3 years with double-digit sacks. It was also a different game.
Different game.
Totally different game. And it changed because of him.
Yeah.
I wonder where Steelers fans come down on this. Probably pro these guys getting in.
Of course.
At 412-928-9370. You're still hot over the Ben thing, I can tell.
I just don't even know why it's even a discussion. It's ridiculous.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doran, we usually give our Steelers predictions on Friday. I'm going to give mine next because it hit me. Something that Bostic said. Got my mind juggling around. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football's tonight. Week 3 begins in the NFL. It's going to be the New England Patriots playing the New York Jets. And you can listen to that game on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Coverage through Westwood 1 begins at 7:30. Game time's 8:15. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call. 412-261-5555 and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555 or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Sun and clouds today, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. for BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. In this week's V-Bowl 5, Indy and Tennessee clock in at numbers 28 and 29, followed by the reeling Rams. The Giants became the first NFL team to lose despite scoring 3 touchdowns and allowing none. And Bryce Young, who buried Carolina, is done, at least for now. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still looking at some delays. This report brought to you by Indeed. One of them, the Parkway West, where you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill at the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Heading for the West End Circle on Noblestown Road, you're jammed all the way down towards South Main Street, and that's stacked down to the Circle intersection. Parkway East, you're stacked at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 a little heavy exiting off at East Ohio Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is 9:22, time to get to Tom Fridays for juicy steaks, meats, and more. You getting anything meat-wise going this weekend, Doran?
Probably not. I don't have time.
Too far ahead?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I'm going to boil some brats and beer.
Are you?
This weekend, yeah. Throw them on the grill, see how it goes.
West Virginia, Kansas?
No, I'm going to do it on Sunday.
Okay.
I think I'm going to, from this point forward, the rest of the year, I don't want anything in my stomach during West Virginia games.
Might throw up.
Yeah. I'd rather throw up bile one time than brats a dozen times. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But one thing is for certain, it'll make me want to throw up.
Mm-hmm.
You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Mike Tomlin talked ad nauseum about these Chargers on Tuesday. And, he makes every team sound like the 1985 Bears. In this case, you got a battle of 2 undefeated teams coming up in here. But I think the Steelers are going to win this game. I feel really good about that right now. Even if Justin Herbert plays, he was on the injury report yesterday, did not practice, in fact, yesterday. Even if he plays, even if he's 100%, this, to me, just feels like a game the Steelers win. And I had that feeling last year when the Browns came to town in week 2. And the reason I feel this way is because of something Bostic brought up, that it's Jim Harbaugh, it's Greg Roman, it's a lot of that Ravens staff.
Yeah.
It's an AFC North outfit, and Mike Tomlin hey, circumstances are what? He's owned the Ravens 7 out of 8 times. 5-1 versus the division last year. This might be a team from Los Angeles. This is a team that wants to play AFC North football, and Mike Tomlin just finds a way to win these games. Like, they don't scare me at all. Like, it's going to be 9-6. I'll take the team with the better defense 10 times out of 10.
So you're trying to say that we find out nothing more about Justin Fields?
I think we find out nothing more about the Steelers in this game. Just my opinion. But I think it looks an awful lot like the last two. And I think when the talking heads of national TV get on their bully pulpit, they're going to be saying after this game, well, are the Chargers really that good? Are the Steelers really that good? Like the Atlanta win, that doesn't seem to have swayed anybody's opinion. They go up into Philadelphia, tough place to play, win that game, and you still have the conversations, are the Steelers good? I think we walk out of this game going,
don't know.
Yeah, they're 3-0, and that's great. But apart from that, did we learn anything new? I don't think so.
I think they cut it loose a little bit. I think they go opposite. I think that each side knows that they want to play this way, and it's going to become a chess game. Like, okay, well, you think we're going to play this way, and then we're just going to open it up, and you're not going to be prepared for it. That's what I think is going to happen. I think there's going to be more points than I think people realize in this game.
We talking 36 or more?
Yes.
We're talking over?
Yep.
Over football?
Yep.
In this economy at Acrisure Stadium?
I think so. I know that's crazy. I mean, not crazy, but it's like it's not what the norm is, what everybody's thinking. I think it's going to be a chess match.
Well, we talked about the dam breaking and George Pickens' comments earlier. Like, they weren't that far away from putting up more points in the last game. They weren't that far away from putting up more points in the first game. Now, you score one touchdown, you're looking at 23 points on the board, which for them, these last few years, that looks pretty good. So you think the Steelers would be more likely to push the envelope than the Chargers?
I think both.
Both.
I think they're both going to be like, you're not going to – we know what you're going to do, and we're going to try to stop that. Nope, this is actually what we're going to do, and I think they both – we just said – you said in the first hour of the show that these two coaches are very similar.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably going to try to outthink each other and think that one coach is going to think that they're going to do one thing, and then the opposite, and they're both going to go opposite, and it's going to be a match. It's going to be a shootout.
A shootout?
Not a crazy one, but it's going to be more than
not 38-34.
No.
But like 24-21?
Close. 24-17.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's 30. Yeah.
That'd be over.
Yeah.
That'd be over.
24-17.
Generally, you get this glint in your eye, and with a lot of stuff, but particularly football things, like y'all might think that it's Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. I'm telling you, it could be both. You just get that look. You got that look in your eye right now.
Because that's what I would do. Like everybody knows that we want to play defense and run the football, and we're back home for the first time. Yeah, that's the way that we played on the road. Because we had a young offensive line. We had our backup quarterback that was on a short week. The first week, the second week, it was like, okay, let's go. Let's fly to Denver, and with the altitude, hostile environment, let's just go win that football game. And then we get back in our comfort zone, and it's like, okay, let's cut it loose a little bit so we can figure some things out. We have some things to figure out because Russ is getting healthier, and we're going to have to make a decision soon. So we want to make sure that we know what the right decision is whenever we head into the rest of the season. Let's make sure we make the right decision whenever Russ does get healthy next week, probably.
Yeah, you want to be armed with all the information possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Instead of just saying, okay, we're 3-0, and we squirted by with 3-1 score wins.
What do you learn?
Yeah.
Need to learn something soon, and now you're back home. It's a perfect time to do it.
Even if you go 3-0 and you don't do what you're suggesting, you could say, we now have confidence that we can win games with our backup quarterback. But if we're going to win, we're going with Russell Wilson. You need to see something. I can see it your way too, man. I really can. Like we know both coaches are probably going into this thinking, all right, if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm thinking, I'm picking up what you're putting down. If I'm Mike Tomlin, I go, what do they not want to do? They don't have any receivers.
Right.
They might trust Justin Herbert. He's not 100%. They want to run the football. Let's make him come back. Let's make him not run the football.
Right.
Hey, Joe Alt, you're a big deal. You want Notre Dame? You want a little piece of T.J. Watt? Pass sets. Let's see how this goes. I could see that. I could see Jim Harbaugh. I could see Jim Harbaugh doing it less. Which is crazy because we haven't seen the Steelers open things up for a good long while now these last few years.
I'm not saying, like, open up like Kansas City or high-powered offense. I'm saying more than I think everybody is thinking. Just to me, it feels like a really good opportunity to do that because you need some answers. And if you can do it against a good defense, too, you will get a lot of answers about your quarterback, about your offense, your offensive line, because they would have to hold up with the pass rush. Like, you would get a lot of answers. And I keep saying this, like, not that you want to lose, but you can afford a loss. You can't afford a loss. Nobody wants to lose, but you are 2-0, and the teams around you aren't as, their record isn't as good as yours right now.
Yeah, and we have talked about this, September football, where it doesn't look as good. Part of that is, in my opinion, okay, yeah, they're not playing a lot of guys, and so that's going to lead to bad, not buttoned up football. It's also teams are trying to figure out who they are. And as you try to figure out who you are, you're not going to be a finished product. And so, yeah, other teams around the league, like we've seen it with the Patriots before in the past. Like, September doesn't look quite as good. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We're going to see what works, what doesn't work, what fits our personnel, what doesn't fit our personnel. And all of a sudden, once they figure it out as they start rolling, hey, here's who we are. And so they've done that. Yeah, you can afford a loss. You don't want one.
No, you don't want one. But, I mean, if you try to go a different direction and cut it loose a little bit, and you do lose, it's like, hey, at least we learned that, we got to stick to our guns a little bit more.
We have to play that certain way. Doug talked about it, too, with the defense. Like, just because you've got a great defense doesn't mean you have to put everything on the defense. You can be great in different ways. You can win a 24-17 game, and your defense gives up those 3 scores, yet it finds a way to make the plays in the key moments. I mean, we saw it with Pitt on Saturday. I don't think Pitt's defense played great. They got the 3 and out they needed. What has Pat Narduzzi's defense always done? They find a way to get pressure on the quarterback. Not great all game. Big moment. Okay, now this defense makes a play. You're allowed to do that too. We talked about the dam breaking and the positive connotation that George Pickens was shooting for. Could the dam maybe break the other way? We'll talk about that a little bit when we come back. Schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. Right now at Callis Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 7:15 against the St. Louis Cardinals, and looking to avoid getting swept. They lost the first 3 games of this 4-game series. Also, Thursday Night Football is tonight. Week 3 begins with the Patriots playing the New York Jets. You can listen to that game on the Odyssey app. Westwood One has coverage, which begins at 7:30. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Black and Gold, 1.5-point favorite, hosting Los Angeles. Over-under total in the game, 36 points. How about college ball? Pitt, 26.5-point home favorite hosting Youngstown State. Join me right now on the BetParks online sportsbook and casino app, the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend and that I use. BetParks has your seat with a live dealer for all your favorite classic casino games right on your phone. Play live dealer blackjack, craps, roulette, and more while watching the game. Bet on all your favorite sports. Bet the black and gold, pro football, college football. Make your downtime a fun time and play hundreds of exciting online slots games as well. New users, download the BetParks online casino app and sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Dolphins just may be helpless in Seattle. The Miami Dolphins are going to be without Tua for the foreseeable future, and they go against the Seahawks in Week 3. Seattle undefeated to start the year, led by one of the better defensive minds in all of football, and Mike McDonald. The Seahawks, as 4.5-point favorites, is a BetQL 5-star bet. I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Hey Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't.
Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers Sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Show flying by. Not quite to the point where I thought it was the 50-minute mark, but show is flying by. We'll have our social media's biggest loser segment coming up to wrap up the show before we hand things off to Starkey. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. We talked earlier in the show, Doran, about George Pickens saying that the dam is already breaking, that they feel like this Steelers offense is going to break out. Now, we said that that's all relative. Like, breakout, we're not talking about Saints going down, putting up 44 points. I agree with that. Like, we both agree with that. Like, they could be on their way. We've seen some positive things. We've seen the penalties get in their way. I do think you could make the argument that it's not, though. It's not the argument that I agree with. But, they have had those snap issues, too. And, like, they might be 1-1 right now if that first snap winds up on the ground and the Falcons show up. They have been fortuitous. You had a snap issue in this last game, too. Now, you only have one touchdown as well. So all those things, if you're a person that says the dam could break but go the other way, right. I can see it. I just view it the other way.
Yeah, I can see it, too. I mean, but that's football.
Right, isn't it?
That's football.
Isn't that the way it is?
Yeah. I mean, if you miss those opportunities, those negative opportunities, and you win, like the record reflects, but then you can go back. It's a better chance of you going back and fixing those while you win than if you lose and have to fix those. And they're in the opposite. They're in the, hey, we have to fix those issues, and we have a 2-0 record.
Yes.
That's a good place to be, and that makes me think that, okay, like, if you do fix those, the dam could break.
Well, and the things that they need to fix aren't, I think, roster-related or anything like that. That would be the issue. Like, we know they have a hole at wide receiver number 2 before everyone starts blowing me up. Yes, that's roster-related. That's not going to get any better, at least anytime soon. Maybe Roman Wilson comes back and they give him reps. I just don't really see that happening either. But we're talking about penalties. They're talking about, like, fumbled snaps. Like, those are things you could work on. Those are things you can rep. Like, you're going to have the referees here. Whether that helps or not, I don't know. But the more football you play, you would figure they would clean that up.
Yeah, but, like, the things that you could say that would be negative that aren't, though, is what we brought up earlier. Like, if there were penalties and they were missed throws on big plays, and you're missing those and there were penalties, that's tough. But you're connecting and there were penalties. I get that part that they were brought back, but you're connecting on those big plays. That's very significant. I don't think people realize how significant that the fact that there were penalties, I get it. But the fact that you were connecting on those, that shows me that, you're in a decent place. Like, scratch those penalties away, different football team we're talking about.
Man.
You're connecting.
And I think the who or whom?
More sentences.
I
need to hear
would need to come out there. Yeah. Let's just say the guy that is the recipient of the football matters a ton too, that they did connect on those.
Yes.
You had George Pickens on the non-push-off. You had George Pickens on that Broderick Jones hold. So while his statistics weren't good in the last game, I would imagine that Pickens has to feel involved.
Yes.
Which is huge. Like if on either of those plays, they both got wiped out. If you didn't connect, to your point, Doran, you might have George Pickens percolating underneath right now going, man, what's different than last year? Mm-hmm. It feels exactly the same.
If they were like underthrows or missed throws, like that's bad.
Yes.
But they were on the money.
Yes.
That's very good. That will play out at some point. Those will be good plays at some point. It's only a matter of time. That always happens.
Yes.
If you're that close and there's like little things that are bringing you back, it's going to flip at some point.
He throws a hell of a deep ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's different than Russ, but he throws a hell of a deep ball. And if I'm George Pickens, I would feel like the dam is breaking because I've made plays with a quarterback, and I know he can do it. You don't just forget about that stuff. And Pony and Muller had Aditi on yesterday, and Muller asked Aditi if she was watching Broderick Jones on the sideline. And she said, no, I was watching George Pickens. And she talked about how a bunch of players, offense and defense, came over and were like patting George Pickens on the shoulders, but there was no blow up. He didn't look mad or anything like that. But they all kind of know that he could pop off at any minute, but he didn't. Why? Because even though the stats aren't there, you don't forget about, oh, man, my quarterback just ran, sprints to his right, and puts the ball in my breadbasket. Like, that matters. Okay, I'm going to get open. He's going to get me the ball. Sometimes bleep happens and stuff gets called back, but I'm getting the ball.
Yep.
And we talked about him this offseason. A, you need the production, and B, you need the attitude. Well, one thing leads to the other. He got production in the game, even if the box score didn't indicate it.
Mm-hmm.
And Doran, I feel better about George Pickens than I have at any point in George Pickens' career.
Me too.
He just looks like a better player, and I think he's being utilized correctly, too.
I think he's being coached right, too.
Yeah.
I think that his position coach, Zach Azzani, and Arthur Smith, I think they understand the task at hand with him. You get somebody like that is ultra-talented. It's like – and that's what Arthur Smith is doing with Justin Fields as well. You got some ultra-talented guys that just need some coaching.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're doing a decent job with both of them. And, and we want to see more from Justin Fields. I get that, but – he's turning Justin Fields into a quarterback. Slowly. I know people want more, but, Justin Fields, if you watch some of his film in Chicago, he was just out there being an athlete and just tossing the ball up and not even thinking. Now he's becoming that smart, methodical quarterback. Let's see if that can meld well with his actual talent. And you're seeing that with George. George is running different routes. George is lining up in different places. George is getting open, and they're both doing it together. That's so significant that if this game those do hit and there isn't penalties, it's hard to go to Russell Wilson whenever he's healthy.
It would be, yeah. And you used the phrase yesterday, I think it was perfectly said, about this very thing with Justin Fields. Break him down to build him back up.
Yep.
We had Caboli on earlier in the week. I don't know that we've learned anything about Justin Fields. I probably shouldn't say it in that tone. We love Mark. He's an expert. He's great. Pat McAfee expert. But I've learned that he can be a guy that plays within himself and doesn't turn it over. We knew the deep ball stuff was there. We knew the spectacular was there. I didn't know that the spectacular could exist without him putting the ball in harm's way, and through a couple of games he has. And we would be having a different conversation if the Steelers would have had over 300 yards in the first game and might have put more points on the board if that push-off never happened.
Mm-hmm.
In this game, certainly. I think the momentum they built on that drive, you were at the 1-yard line. You were in the process of going 99 yards. You're about to break their back, and that penalty calls it back. I think they probably would have scored, and we'd be sitting here today saying, Russ, you're in big trouble, man. And the coaches, you know this better than anybody. So I would imagine, and this is an educated guess from my standpoint, they probably break down the rest of that play too when they're doing the film work. Just because Broderick Jones held doesn't mean they don't look at the rest of the stuff and evaluate that, right?
Oh yeah. You check out everything, and even the extending the play with Fields. You think about that, how that's his game, getting out in the pocket. It's okay, we got to clean up, obviously, the hold, but that's where Justin is really good, is extending and then keeping his eyes down the field and then finding targets. And, you look at even the other routes on the backside, if they could pop open, or you could just change the routes on the backside, say you have that, and maybe you throw the throwback on the backside to Van Jefferson. Wouldn't that be crazy? He rolls to the right, extends, and then Van Jefferson's running, an over route, then he bends it back, and there you go. There's your number 2 receiver.
Van Jefferson.
Yep.
The thing about Van he is a fine deep threat. They just haven't utilized him that way, but then again, they haven't really tried to utilize him that way. I think it's coming. I think it's all coming together.
Me too.
All right. Coming up next, a Dan Moore stat that made me go, oh. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 7:15 against the St. Louis Cardinals. It's the 4th and final game of the series in St. Louis. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Think all windows are created equal? Well, that's what I thought before I owned a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows. Each window, listen to this, custom built to ensure a tight fit that helps eliminate drafts and increase comfort. Going to save you money. And their high-performance smart sunglass helps block 95% of the sun's UV rays, which can damage rugs, floors, and furniture. If all that sounds great, well, it gets even better. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. You buy one, get one, 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Moving Morning road crew blocking a lane of outbound Route 28 approaching Shaler Waterworks. It's causing some heavy traffic. Those crews will eventually make their way up toward the Sarver interchange before they're done in the midday. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams at Parkway Center, Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale, and in Moon Township, crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Boggs School and Broadhead Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Elise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/steal.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. A quick statistic for Dan Moore Jr. Doran, one of just 9 offensive tackles who allowed 1 pressure or less through 2 games. Not enough praise is being heaped on him.
Right.
I know, and hey, look, I want to see Broderick Jones do well, but, a guy got better. A guy's holding out his spot. Good for him. It's not an easy thing to do. As for social media's biggest loser, this just came across the timeline. Mel Kiper said that 2 high safeties should be outlawed. What is it? What is this, the first year they're doing two high safeties?
What's going on?
What kind of take is that?
It's just weird.
What? The Steelers of the 70s ran 2 high safeties.
Yeah. What is he talking about?
They ran Tampa 2 before it was cool. I mean, they didn't even run the
Why
Tampa
the hell is Mel Kiper on ESPN right now? Why is he looking at the 2025 draft? Why are they getting his opinion about defense?
That's a great question.
Who the hell gives a you-know-what?
That's a great question. Tell me, you know what? Tell me about Eli Holstein. I want the Mel Kiper Eli Holstein draft machine. 2 high safeties? We're outlawed? What is going on? It's just stupid. That's really dumb.
What?
Doran, tomorrow, it's Friday already.
Yes.
We got football to break down.
Yes, we do.
And we will do just that, and we will have fun starting at 5:40 a.m. with Nicholas Harry Callis. Up next, Starkey Fan Weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024. Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high 81.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There are 2 things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940 or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols. Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Right now at Getco Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including fall favorite pumpkin spice lattes, cold brew, and fresh brewed self-serve coffee. Pumpkin spice is back. Order it in the Getco app and save. Fall means more ways for your car to get dirty. Keep it clean at Wetco with unlimited washes for one low monthly price. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their first 3 months for as low as $9.99 per month. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. Atlanta flew into Philly and escaped with a win in primetime to close week 2. Atlanta's newly added veteran quarterback came up clutch in the final minutes, finding a wide-open receiver in the end zone for a last-minute score. Is this win over a title contender a sign of things to come in Atlanta? And how will Philadelphia bounce back after such a big letdown? It's Your Journey is brought to you by the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with class-leading advanced safety features.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Moving road work in your way. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. Northbound Route 28 moving road crew making its way up toward the Sarver interchange. Right now they're up around RIDC Park and are causing delays back toward Fox Chapel Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway East is pretty well steady, just heavy between Edgewood Twistvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West jams near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 51 northbound, traffic light delays heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you
You
don't.
don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Tonight, it's Patriots and Jets Thursday night football. That game airing on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. It's Pirates Cardinals 7:15 tonight. Luis Ortiz will start for the Bucs as the Pirates look to avoid being swept and have lost 3 games in a row in St. Louis. Final game today of the series before 3 in Cincinnati. And then 3 at home against the Brewers and 3 on the road in New York against the Yankees. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now it's time for Joe.
It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
1-2 on Joey Bart. And the pitch. Strike 3 call. Game ends. Goes the Cardinals' way. 10-5.
Here comes Jake Bowers. And not the worst thing in the world for the Phillies. And a base hit into right. That's your ball game. Jake Bowers, a walk-off single. And the night the Brewers clinch the National League Central, they walk off the Philadelphia Phillies. 2-1 the final score.
No, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Watching the Brewers and the Pirates. Milwaukee's a smaller market than Pittsburgh. In case you didn't know, yet they win every single year. They spend more than $100 million every single year. They just clinched their 3rd division title in 4 years, their 5th in 7 years. Did I mention they're a smaller market than Pittsburgh? Both teams had clinchings last night. The Brewers clinched the division in spite of losing their manager, their ace pitcher, their closer, Christian Yelich, during the season, and a bunch of other issues. And the Pirates clinched a non-winning season, which soon will become a losing season, which will be their 21st in 25 years since the year 2000. Did I mention that Milwaukee's a smaller market than Pittsburgh city limits?
You quite well
mention
did.
That? Did I mention that the Pirates had a chance to hire Matt Arnold, the guy who runs the Brewers now, and instead hired Ben Cherington? Matt Arnold was the assistant GM for the Brewers in 2019. He was a finalist for this job with Ben Cherington as the other finalist. And Bob Nutting and Travis Williams hired the wrong guy. Did I mention that?
You quite well did.
Oh, how are you?
Other than this, I'm pretty good.
May we start on a brighter note this morning?
Yes, where would you like to begin?
I want to begin with volleyball. Yeah, I'm starting the show with volleyball. Well, technically I'm not. I started it with the Pirates clinching another non-winning season on the night the Brewers clinched the division, even though Milwaukee's a smaller market than Pittsburgh and spends more than $100 million on players and makes great trades and took the Pirates' handout, basically, when Matt Arnold was up for the GM job and the Pirates chose the wrong guy. Have I mentioned that yet?
Over a dozen times.
Where were you last night, Limits?
I was at Pitt Volleyball's record-breaking game against Penn State. 11,800 in the building at the Peterson Event Center for a volleyball match in Pittsburgh.
Do I love this story? And I'm starting to get vibes that this is like Pitt basketball in the early 2000s, where this became a ticket. This became a place where people wanted to be. And the energy in that building coming off the television, you were in the building, I was watching it, looked like Pitt hoops. Circa, I don't know, what was it, 2002 when everything started happening? Somewhere in there, 2003 under Ben Howland. I mean, this is becoming a very popular sport. This is an event town, and I think people want to go watch this team. They're the number 1 team in the country. They haven't lost a set yet. They're 7-0.
That's what's insane. That is what's just incredible about this Pitt team. And they're doing it, and this is what's even more wild to me, with 2 key hitters who are only sophomores. Olivia Babcock and Tori Stafford. Sophomores from California.
Who's joining the show at 1 o'clock?
Olivia Babcock will join the show at 1 o'clock, who I think might be the best player in the country as a sophomore.
Yes, she is. And yes, we're talking volleyball. And yes, that was awesome watching it last night. I think, what was I watching? ACC Network, I think it was on. And that is a rising sport, and they are unbelievably fun to watch. Describe the atmosphere in the building. Did you see Eli Holstein in there?
I saw the football team.
Were you shirtless? A couple of people were.
I did not see the shirtless people as well.
They were on TV cheering them on, yes.
There were a couple things that stood out to me, Joe. obviously the atmosphere, it reminded me of when I was in the press box for the Pitt Miami basketball game a couple of years ago during the revitalization year for Jeff Capel.
Yeah.
When they were down 8 points in the final 2.5 minutes or so. And they ended up winning, and the building came completely alive. It was the loudest I've ever heard the Pete when, I think it was a couple games later, when Aiden Fish made a layup, came in, one of the walk-ons for Pitt, like fan favorite type of player, and the building went nuts and exploded. It wasn't that atmosphere last night, but it was pretty darn close. It was just incredible. To be a part of it, to be in the building. I mean, the Pitt fans have definitely rallied. There was barely any seats available. Upper deck was filled, other than a couple of sections with a couple seats open. And also the amount of media that was there. Like the Post-Gazette had 2 reporters there. Jeff was there for us. There was probably 10, 12 reporters in the press box for this. That's how you know that the tension is going towards volleyball.
Yes. I'm telling you, I had early 2000s Pitt basketball vibes. This is becoming an event. When people win around here and people start flocking to the games, then it becomes, hey, I want to be part of that. I want to join in on that. I want to have fun. I want to see a winner. So I'm all over this story. This is fabulous stuff. Meanwhile, there's Steelers-Chargers. And I see this as a matchup of 2 similar-minded coaches, 2 similar-minded teams. I think both want to bludgeon you. Ooh, is that a 6-pack?
It's certainly starting off as one.
You're like Radar O'Reilly from MASH. You do things before I even ask for them.
I read your mind. It's the chemistry we have.
Yeah, it's absolutely incrinculant. Oh, before we get to Steelers-Chargers, any girlfriend update? This has become no.
So this is going to be an everyday occurrence now, huh? Like they're doing with Callis on the morning show. And
your hair is unbelievable. You should have a girlfriend.
I know.
You have a nice personality. You're funny. You're
have
smart.
A great personality.
You're engaged. You're compassionate. And your hair is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Why? Well,
I haven't really tried, to be honest with you, Joe.
Yes,
and that might be, that's an excuse.
Yeah.
I mean, would you like to know my schedule during the week?
Bad excuse.
I know.
Horrible, in fact.
Maybe it's a reason more so than an excuse.
This has become a station-wide initiative, and I'm starting to believe a Pittsburgh-wide initiative.
Oh, wonderful.
To find city limits a girlfriend. There's no shame in this. Well, a lot of us had trouble at your age. You're gonna find one, and you're gonna be happy, and you deserve one. What do we need to do to make this happen? Did you meet anybody last night?
No, I was with a friend of mine that wanted to go to the game. We did not. We just kind of went and sat at the game and watched the game. That's kind of how I am at games. I like to just be engaged in the game. I don't like to walk around and, I do like
mingle,
to walk around and talk to people. That. I do that a lot at Pirate games.
Right.
But I like to be engaged and focused in the game.
Did people respond to my initiative yesterday to try to find you a girlfriend?
Well,
any texts, any social media activity?
Ben Tenuta continues to try to get me to be set up with somebody that he knows. That has been his initiative for months.
Why not give it a shot?
Maybe I will.
We were talking about first dates, blind dates the other night. Where was I? With a couple of friends. And I had a horrible experience in Monroeville. Have I told you about this?
No, not at all.
I have. This was the year maybe 1999, 2000, and I think it was Match.com was the name of the website.
Okay.
And I wound up going to a movie. In fact, it was Legally Blonde, which is a great movie. Do you like that movie?
Yes.
So do I. I saw it in the theater with this woman, and we went back to her apartment in Monroeville. First date. I thought, this is unbelievable. This is incredible. I didn't know of the word incrinculant yet. This is incredible. Unfortunately, when we went in, there was a live reptile roaming around her house. It was either a lizard or a gecko or some type of thing that wasn't enclosed in any type of cage or glass or anything. And I immediately questioned her and then immediately left.
So she had a pet gecko.
Something like that, yeah.
It wasn't just a gecko that magically appeared in her house.
It was a reptile. It was
like, you know how a bird will fly into your house occasionally? Ever had a bird or a bat fly into your house?
I'm very suspicious of people who have birds as well. I can't deal with that, a bird. But this was worse. Everything going swimmingly.
Again, Joe, you're blowing up my personal text line. My aunt is texting me and making you go crazy. I got Kabali texting me.
Does Kabali have any leads?
No, Kabali thinks that this is a hogwash topic, I would imagine.
We got to get this fixed.
I can't say what Kabali texted me.
No, we got it. We have to get this fixed, and soon. How old are you?
23.
There you go. Destiny's Child.
What is Destiny's Child?
Oh, he just
weighing
said
in.
He liked my column. That's all.
Oh, very nice. He was at the game last night, the match.
He's everywhere.
I was talking to him last night.
Yeah, Destiny's Child.
Always
What a wonderful man he is. So I guess our plea, my plea, City Limits isn't asking for this. Let's be fair about that, is to help him. So if you have any leads on a girlfriend.
Let's make it very clear that I'm not asking for help. Yeah, Joe is pushing it upon me.
Exactly. We're welcoming those leads by any means possible. And let's get this done. Meantime, Steelers, Chargers, as I mentioned, both these teams are playing old school football. It's the same way Harbaugh played in San Francisco. It's the same way that Tomlin loves to play, which is bludgeon you in the run game, make some big plays in the pass game, and play great defense, right? I mean, that's it. And they're both 2-0. This is a fascinating matchup. One of the big stories this week is Justin Herbert. Jim Harbaugh says no reason to worry about this ankle injury, but he didn't practice yesterday. Okay, it's only Wednesday. No need to panic on a Wednesday. But if he doesn't practice today or is limited, at least it's something then to really follow. And we may wind up with a stick figure as their quarterback. One Easton Stick. I want this to happen for no other reason than the announcers having to say Easton Stick a bunch of times. Stick drops back to pass. Stick with the scramble. The Steelers just sacked Stick. I mean, this is going to be great stuff, don't you think? You can't lose to a stick figure. If he's playing, it's a must-win game. You agree?
I just want to hear you continue to say Easton Stick, the stick figure, over and over and over again, and that the stick figure gets sacked. Yeah, if Easton Stick plays, the Steelers should win. Like, convincingly, because Justin Herbert is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, and if he's not, he's 6 or 7. So if he doesn't play, it is wide open for the Steelers to win it. And if they don't, we will be having very, very poor conversations on Monday.
Well, the other thing happening here is both teams do have star power on defense. You're talking about Bosa, Mack, James when he's healthy, and we all know one at each level with the Steelers. Cam Hayward, by the way, has played pretty well in the first 2 games, right? I mean, he kind of is looking like typical Cam to me. And I still expect that to get better, but I was very concerned. I'm still concerned long-term how he's going to hold up over 17 games. But T.J. Watt is the best defensive player in football.
By far.
Then you have Mink on the back end and maybe a rising star in Joey Porter Jr. So I love this matchup, man. I really do. The Chargers, if Herbert is relatively healthy, have a pronounced advantage at quarterback. Would you agree?
Yes, no doubt about it.
And they also have a rejuvenated J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator from Baltimore. That's the style that they want to play. They want to run it and then hit you with some big plays, not make turnovers. That's what they're going to do. And that's what the Steelers are going to do. Some people might consider that a boring matchup. I love violent old school football. Don't you?
I do. I like it in spurts. I do like to see throw the ball 50 yards down the field, take some shots, air it out, use the middle of the field as well. But it doesn't seem like this is going to be one of those games. Because if Justin Herbert plays too, you wonder how limited he's going to be. What is his mobility going to be like?
Yeah, and he's been very conservative so far. His longest completion is 29 yards, only 1 turnover, 6 yards per attempt. I mean, his numbers are even less than Justin Fields on the conservative meter. or more, I should say, more conservative. But he's a threat too. He can run, as we saw a couple years ago when they played the Chargers, and he ran them to death. Tomlin referenced that the other day. How would you describe this game? I heard Andrew Filipponi saying, I believe he said, especially if Stick plays, that it's a must-win. I don't know that I'd go that far. But you know what? Given the schedule in the second half of the season for the Steelers, they do have to bank every single early win they can find. Who knows? Maybe that schedule turns out to be lesser than what we think it is, given the starts of some of the teams on it. But every single game early on that they can put in the bank is like a block of gold to them. So I wouldn't classify it as must win, but a really important game. I think it's a really important game. They should win the game regardless of whether Herbert is healthy or not, because they're playing at home. Their defense is healthy. Their defense is revved up every week now, like they've been at the beginnings of seasons in recent years. This is before attrition and probably injury sets in. They should win these games. All you need is a competent offense.
No, I'm right with Pony. This is a must-win game if Easton Stick plays. There's no reason you should lose to Easton Stick at home when you're already 2-0 and you're playing the way the style that the Steelers are playing right now to not lose games.
Yes.
Because Easton Stick is going to turn the ball over. He is. He's going to make mistakes. And maybe opposing teams said that about Justin Fields. But the Chargers played the Raiders and the Panthers this year. It's not like they've been tested. And the Atlanta win looks a little bit better now after they went into Philadelphia and won.
This is a good test for the run defense as well. And the run defense for the Steelers, overall numbers, not horrible, but there have been too many instances last year, year before, where teams come in here and run on them. The Cardinals had 150 yards rushing here last season. Inexcusable. You can't have teams coming in here and running like that. The Colts last year ran for $170. That was in Indy, but $170? Come on. That can't happen to the Steelers. It just can't. So that's one very interesting aspect of this game for me, is to see where we're at as far as run defense goes. And I know I'll have the grammar police. There's one guy in particular that gets after me. So where we're at, I don't think he's going to like that. Through 2 games, the Steelers given up only, about 76 yards rushing per game. Last year, they were in the middle of the pack at 115. Year before that, I want them to get back to dominant run defense. There's no reason they shouldn't be. The year before that, they were top 10. Still gave up 108 per game. 2021, as I recall, was an embarrassment. They were last in the league. I want them to look like the early 2000 Steelers. And when teams come in here, even teams like the Ravens for a number of years and these Chargers, who are basically the Ravens with their coordinator and their running back, shut them down. I'm talking, 30 carries for 73, that type of thing, where you really bottle them up and shut them down. That's the kind of run defense I want to see around here. Any other responses to your quest for a girlfriend?
No, but you're very adamant about this, huh?
I am. I want to see you happy.
Thank you. Somebody said the text line is starting to blow up a little bit about it.
What are they saying?
Somebody said, bad joke. Sorry, limits. I don't know what that means. Somebody else said, let's get it done, limits. Somebody else said, exactly correct about the reptiles, Joe, or if she owns 3 or more cats.
Yeah, that's concerning as well. I'm not a big cat person.
And then somebody else said, nobody gives a bleep about finding City Limits a girlfriend. Once again, Joe pushing his BS agenda.
You give a bleep, right? I think a lot of people do, because I think they've come to care for you.
This is an angry texter that is very angry on the text line.
Yeah, but he's listening, isn't he? You know what today is the anniversary of, Limits?
Yeah, what would that be?
Big Ben's debut. I was there. It was against the Baltimore Ravens. It was in Baltimore. Tommy Maddox got hurt in that game, and in comes Ben with the Steelers down 20, and he was just under siege. I'm watching the highlights right now. It's hard to believe I was sitting in that building. Look at Dan Kreider lining up at fullback. Man, would people love to see a fullback these days, wouldn't they, City Limits? Yes, they would. Who's that running back? But even in that disaster that day, you saw the presence, you saw the competitiveness, the arm, the scrambling ability. You wanted to see more of it. By the end of the game,